protect my days. Just for this reason, I give you the praise. I know that you won't give me more than I can take. Lord, I represent your name. Don't joke me up. I wanna be your willing servant. Lord, you can depend on me. Please, oh Lord, just open up my eyes and help me see the issues we are facing, stopping us from being free. I wanna praise your name, no shame in my game, forever and ever. No matter what problems come in my life, I will learn to lean on Jesus. Learn to leave my guide. He's my rock, and no matter what comes my way, wanna stay in His grace and His mercy. Promises I'll be alright. I'm coming home, back to my Father, back to the place where I belong. Yeah, now there I was, going down this lonely road. No sense of direction, and no kin to call my own. Whoa, dislocated, I was homeless all the way. But now I found a tribe that welcomes me. So I'm coming home, back to my Father, back to the place where I belong. I'm coming home, back to my Father, back to the place. But one thing you must know still, hear me now.
God is my Father, and I am His Son. I am His Son. Yes, God is my Father, and I am His Son. I'm confident, yes, God is my Father, and I am His Son. I am His Son. Yes, God is my Father, and I am His Son. Okay, I didn't know who I was until I came into the family as the family of God. Yes, and then I received life, a life of dominion and authority. Yeah. You've given me the design, the tools and the wisdom to make my way perfect. Oh, Father, Father, oh yeah, hey, God is my Father, and I am His Son. I am His Son. Yes, God is my Father, and I am His Son. I'm confident, yes, God is my Father, and I am His Son. I am His Son. Yes, God is my Father, and I am His Son.
We're standing here to declare you are the one who reigns. Help me say now.
We're here to lift up your name.
We're not ashamed to proclaim.
We're not ashamed to proclaim.
We're standing here to declare.
We're standing here.
morning, everybody. Karibu. My name is Dr. M.K. Balogun, a member of the African Facilitative Management Association Board, and I'll be your guide for this conference today. I want to welcome all of you to today's session. We are starting any moment from now. Thank you for joining us. For those who have joined online, we want to welcome you to the two-day conference, the third African Facilitative Management Conference, Nairobi 2023. The first conference took place 3 years ago at the International Conference Center, Abuja, Nigeria. The second conference took place at the American University, Cairo, last year. We are going to be hosting the fourth conference in South Africa, May next year, and 2025 conference will be taking place at the International Conference Center, Kigali, Rwanda. Thank you all once again for joining us. We will start in the next 1 or 2 minutes with normal protocols. Thank you. Once again, I'd like to welcome you to the third conference of the African Facilities Management Association, holding at the University of Nairobi. We are happy to welcome the university delegate to the conference. Welcome, Madam. I'm going to call on Bernard. We want to start the conference now. I'd like to invite Bernard to the podium to give us the safety briefing. Bernard, please. While we're waiting for Bernard, just to mention that I'm aware the university does not have any planned drill today. So if you hear any alarm, please be sure to be guided. Bernard is coming to give us direction on where all the muster points, exits within the hall are. We have restrooms before you enter the main hall on your right from the lift, and also on the left. We're going to provide you Wi-Fi access in the next 5 minutes so that you can have information on real time. This program is also being streamed live. For those who are joining us virtually, you can connect and then the university platform to follow the program live. It's my pleasure to welcome to this program, especially our chief host today, the Vice Chancellor of the University of Nairobi, Professor Stephen Keyama, who is ably represented here by the Dean of Faculty of Built Environment and Design, Professor Lila Kosamjo. You're welcome, ma'am. Please come up stage, ma'am. She's wearing 2 hats at this event. She's also the host because the faculty is the host of this conference. We've been working with the faculty to ensure we have a successful event. Thank you very much, Prof. I also like to welcome to the high table and another very important host for us on this conference, the chairman of the Department of Real Estate, Construction Management and Quantity Surveying, Architect Peter Njero. I'd like to welcome our own chair for the African Fast Environment Conference, who is here all the way from Cairo with his beautiful wife. Sheriff, you're welcome to the high table. I would like to recognize and welcome the chairman of the local organizing committee for this conference, who is also going to present the first keynote at this conference, Dr. Luke Obala. I will invite the team to please give us the national anthems. The anthems. Thank you. Thank you very much. Just listening to the Republic of Kenya national anthem, East Africa national anthem, East Africa anthem, African anthem. Thank you very much. Welcome once again. I'll do some quick introductions before we move to the next item. Before the next one, Bernard is here. He's going to give us some.
Morning. My name is Benjamin.
Thank you, Bernard. I would like to recognize the Vice Chairman of African FM, who is here from Botswana, Maria Maropedi. I know we have delegates from outside Kenya in this hall. I'm just going to mention countries. If you're here, just stand up and you'll be recognized. From Ghana. Thank you, Stephen, for coming. Prince. From Zambia. Thank you, Kate, for joining us. Those are the only two countries I've seen so far. I'm from Nigeria myself. Thank you. I'm Botswana. I've already recognized. I'm from Egypt. Oh, Botswana. Yeah, thank you. I'm from Egypt. The chairman and is a maybe wife. Thank you for joining us. South Africa. Thank you very much for coming from South Africa. From Rwanda. Thank you very much, Emmanuel. From Kampala, Uganda. Thank you very much. Appreciate. So we are getting there. Thank you, all of you. Please, round of applause for everybody once again. From China. Thank you. And they are also our sponsors, part of our sponsors for the event. We'll recognize sponsors as we move on the program. I would go quickly to the next stage of the program. I would like to invite the chair of the faculty to come and introduce and welcome the Vice Chancellor. Thank you.
Thank you very much for having me here this morning. All protocols observed. Our guests, our delegates, our sponsors, our students, good morning once again. My name is Peter Njeru. I'm the chairman of the Department of Real Estate, Construction Management and Surveying at the University of Nairobi. And this department is the one that is hosting this conference this week. And we are so excited to have all of you here this morning. Just to give a brief synopsis about our department. We are situated in a building across the highway, a building called ADD building. It's approximately 10 minutes walk from here. So that's where we are located. And our department has 3 distinct programs at the undergraduate level. We have a program on real estate, which is a 4-year program. We have a program in construction management, which is a 4-year program, and a program in quant surveying, a bachelor degrees program for 4 years. We also have 2 master's programs and 2 PhD programs in the areas of construction management and valuation and property management. Our department has been in existence since 1956 under various names. And currently, we have the name of Department of Real Estate, Construction Management, and Quant Surveying. And with that, I'd like to recognize the presence of some of the faculty members who are here. I can see Professor Olima. Professor, maybe you can wave. Yeah. And of course, my colleague here, Dr. Obala, amongst others who will be joining us shortly. And our department has been in the forefront in teaching or educating our students not only on facilities management, which is a distinct unit at the undergraduate level, but also the relationship between facilities management and the built environment. So we are excited to have this conference this morning, the 3rd annual conference on facilities management. And we hope that the sum of the deliverables, the outcomes of this conference will be how can we deeply embed these new ways of looking on management of facilities in our buildings here in Kenya or even within the globe. What will we be able to sensitize the member? How will we be able to sensitize our members of public on this niche of facilities management? How will we help our students propagate or advance this narrative of facilities management? And we hope that by the end of the conference, we'll have tangible deliverables that we'll be working on and see how they can be actualized within the shortest time period. So with those few remarks, I'd like to, now it's my privilege to welcome my Dean of the Faculty of the Built Environment and Design, Professor Lilac Osanjo. Professor Lilac should also be representing, she's also representing the Vice Chancellor. So welcome, Professor, the Dean.
Good morning, everybody. And it's morning in Nairobi, so I'm assuming that everybody else joining us, it's also morning. A bad assumption because people online might be having night. But I want to welcome you very, very much to our faculty. You have been welcome to the department. As you've been told, we are in the Faculty of the Built Environment and Design. That's one of the 10 faculties in the University of Nairobi. And within that faculty, apart from the Department of Real Estate, Construction Management, and Quantity Surveying, headed by the chair, Architect Njeru, who has just spoken, there are 3 other departments. We have the Department of Architecture, we have the Department of Urban and Regional Planning, and the Department of Art and Design. And so you're aptly represented and you should feel very much at home within our faculty. On the matter of facilities management, I think you're in the right place, you're at home. We were talking to the Vice Chancellor a few minutes ago, and he really said that this conference is timely. Timely, at the university, we like to respond to our stakeholders, our customers. And so periodically we review our curriculums, and we even develop new courses targeting customers and the market. And so the onus is on us to make a case for us to develop facilities management to an undergraduate degree, to a master's degree, to a PhD level. We are the stakeholders, so the onus is on us to prove that this is really important and timely and must be taken forward. We have already talked about the short courses, targeting those already in the industry, and so we'll be looking forward through this engagement to show, to develop a path or a strategy for the development of this into an institutionalized course. Apart from that, the university, of course, as you know, is owned by the Kenya government, 100%, which means that we have a very close relationship with the government. Recently, we've been talking about affordable housing, and the University of Nairobi is looked upon as the oldest and the largest university in Kenya to provide leadership in that area. And so, listening to our colleagues, my colleagues Dr. Bala and Architect Njeru, it's probably timely for us to sensitize the government of Kenya on the need for facilities management to be incorporated in the building industry. So through the deliberations and through some more consultations, we hope therefore that the government can listen to us and help us to develop that. Those are my opening remarks, and we are really happy that this is happening, and you are in the right place, in the right faculty, in the right department. So we look forward to the deliberations over the 2 days. Feel at home. Kenya's got lovely weather. Forget about the rain. The temperatures don't go too low. You can still walk around in a t-shirt. So karibuni sana, and enjoy our facilities and our country during the time that you are here. So having said that, the Vice Chancellor had asked me to represent him because he has other engagements, so I shall go forward and read his speech to us. Engineer Sharif Magid, Africa Facilities Management Association Chairperson, Madame Maria Morapedi, Africa Facilities Management Association Vice Chair, Dr. Muko Balugon, Director of Membership, and all distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, and esteemed members of the African Facilities Management community. I stand before you today with great enthusiasm as we gather for the 3rd Annual African Facilities Management Conference, hosted by the Department of Real Estate, Construction Management, and Quantity Surveying at the University of Nairobi, in partnership with Africa Facilities Management Association and Global Property and Facilities International. In our pursuit of a sustainable future, the theme of this year's conference resonates powerfully, accelerating facilities management across Africa towards sustainability. This theme serves as a guiding light, directing our focus towards the urgent need for sustainable practices in facilities management. It challenges us to explore innovative strategies, embrace technological advancements, and collaborate across borders to ensure the long-term viability of our built infrastructure. Ladies and gentlemen, the journey of the African Facilities Management Association Conference has been remarkable, starting from its inception 2021 to the successful conferences in Abuja, Nigeria, and Cairo, Egypt. So this is the 3rd one on that list. So next year when you meet again, we will add, and University of Nairobi, Kenya. Today, we convene at the Chandaria Auditorium, this is where we are at, for the 3rd annual conference to continue our collective pursuit of advancing facilities management practices across the continent. As we delve into the depths of facilities management, this conference will encompass a wide range of topics and sub-themes, from the integration of technology in facility management to the vital role of green building practices. We will explore the most pressing issues facing our industry today. We will delve into climate change and its profound impact on our built environment, emphasizing the importance of resilience and adaptability. Furthermore, we will tackle the critical aspects of training, sustainability, smart cities, workplace efficiency, infrastructure, and strategic management, all of which are essential for the advancement of facilities management across Africa. One of the highlights of this conference is the opportunity to hear from esteemed speakers from African countries, Kenya, Nigeria, Egypt, South Africa. Each speaker brings with them a wealth of knowledge and expertise, showcasing the diverse perspectives and experiences from different regions of our continent. Through their insightful paper presentations, we will gain valuable insights into successful facilities management practices implemented in their respective countries. This exchange of ideas will inspire us to learn from one another and adapt these practices to suit our unique contexts. To the esteemed experts, researchers, students, and academic staff present here today, your presence is a testament to your dedication and passion for the field of facilities management. Your knowledge and expertise are invaluable in shaping the future of our industry. Let this conference be a stepping stone towards a sustainable future where facilities management plays a pivotal role in shaping thriving communities and a better tomorrow for all. Karibuni sana. Thank you very much. Professor Stephen Kiama Gitahi, Vice Chancellor. Thank you.
Can we give a louder applause to the Vice Chancellor? Thank you, Madam, for a very well delivered presentation on behalf of the VC. I'd like to mention also, the Dean mentioned our conversation with the VC this morning. The important thing, and one of the highlights, is the Vice Chancellor is excited about facilities management. He shared some of his experience in taking over and running this building like a facilities manager himself. Thank you very much. We're happy to be here. We look forward to working with the university to expand the frontiers of facility management in Kenya. I'd like to invite the chair of African Facility Management Association, Sheriff, to please deliver his welcome remarks. Thank you.
Habari za asubuhi. Habari gani? All good? First of all, thank you all for being here. I would like to acknowledge Professor Stephen Kiama, Vice Chancellor, University of Nairobi, Professor Lila Osanjo, Dean Faculty of Built Environment and Design, Architect Peter Njero, Chairman of Host Department of Real Estate, Construction Management and Quantity Surveying, Dr. Luke Ubala, Ruth, Kenya Organizing Team, Africa FM Board members, distinguished guests, friends from all over Africa and the world, University of Nairobi students. Special thanks to all of you and also the sponsors who supported this conference, and my personal thanks to our volunteer team outside and inside this hall who worked tirelessly to make the conference such a success. Thank you all for joining us today, physically or virtually, for the third annual Africa FM conference. Frankly speaking, we must brag about the University of Nairobi facilitated health and well-being. It looks fantastic. Sweeter after difficulty, right, Ruth? Where are you? So it's time for Africa. In Africa FM, our mission is to assist facility managers and associated stakeholders in acquiring necessary skills and knowledge pertaining to the facility management industry. We can do this by adopting the following objectives, which are to support FM across the continent, create a path of FM, stimulate collaboration between FM across Africa, and promote knowledge transfer through research and international standards and education. It was music to my ears when I met today the Vice Chancellor that he is interested, together with Professor Lilac and architect Nigero, that they can adopt facilities management curriculums in their studies here in Nairobi University or University of Nairobi. The goal of the annual conferences is to deepen awareness in facilities management through enhanced access to knowledge, information exchange, networking, and knowledge sharing among members and partners. The annual conference provides a platform for showcasing emerging practices, technologies, and enhanced networking. This year's annual Africa Facilities Management Conference has adopted the running theme that is accelerating facilities management across Africa towards sustainability. For me, sustainability is a common sense. That's why we should apply it to our homes, our daily life practices, as well as our operations at work. It is anticipated the adoption of this theme will generate greater acceptance and adoption of facilities management by learning institutions, as well as growth of professional associations across the continent. The conferences are usually about sharing experience, like Dr. MK said. We have lots of countries around, from China to countries around Africa, and the same would be having later today people from Europe and America as well. We are all having multiple years of experience. The good thing about it is that we share it with others from all over the world, and ideas emerge when people come together. But I must always repeat that, as I said this morning, 20% of the building cost is on design and construction. 80% of the building cost is on FM operation. That is why the facility managers should be sitting with the designers from the beginning. Also, there is a big relation between real estate and FM and property management. Real estate manager monitor property values and market trends, while facility managers monitor asset performance to ensure the facility remains attractive. The facilities sector lacks enough skilled facility management professionals. 40% of facility managers were retired in 8 years, including me. So this is why we need to replace them by training and education the new generation as much as possible and as quickly as possible. With rapidly evolving technology and aging workforce, a perfect storm of problems creating a skills gap in FM. The critical impact caused by retirement is knowledge transfer. We need to transfer our knowledge to the new generations. So how can we tackle this? We have to shift from buying to building talent. And we have to develop our own talents instead of competing for a shrinking skilled workforce. We can do this also by creating apprenticeships and build inviting environments for the newcomers. Get in front of high school students by conducting career fairs starting as early as the 10th grade. We have to follow the succession planning as well. Undergraduates and postgraduate facility managers need a diverse skill set that includes, besides facility management basics, project management, communication, problem solving, financial management, and leadership skills. And we can teach them all of that. They often have to make critical decisions and manage complex operations that extend beyond facility maintenance. Thus, raising awareness by educating the new generation and training the current young facility manager is one of the most critical things we have to do. Some African countries have followed this path, like Nigeria, South Africa, Ghana, Egypt, and others like Kenya is on the right track too. There's also a question that's triggered. What do facility managers do in an organization? From leadership and strategy, they do about 17% of their time, to operations and maintenance, maybe 15%, finance and business, 11%, sustainability, and so on. It's an endless creation. The true measure of FM is not how quickly you respond, but how many issues we prevent that customers even don't know or don't feel they existed. Facility management is all about being a team player and caring about the people in the built environment. Like Helen Keller said once, alone we can do so little, and together we can do so much. Legacy behind this conference should be that we need to take care of the built Africa, and we have to pursue this after this conference. So now it is confirmed the baton has passed from Cairo, Egypt to Nairobi, Kenya, who is hosting this edition of Africa FM Conference 2023. This baton behind me here represents, it's a symbol of unity and prosperity going around all the African countries that host Africa FM Conference. It has been to Abuja, Nigeria, Cairo, Egypt, and now it's in Nairobi, Kenya, and then going furthermore next year to Cape Town, South Africa, and then Kigali, Rwanda, and so on. Asante sana. Don't worry. This is a symbol of Africa FM baton. It's going all over Africa, so it's now yours, and afterwards you can hand it to the next book. Thank you.
Thank you, Sharif. Another round of applause for our chair. Before I go to the next item, I just want to provide some context to African FM. The chair has done justice to introducing what we do and what we aim to achieve. It's also very important to mention that education, research and training is very critical to the African FM, and we're happy to be working with universities to be able to achieve this. We are also working with other international associations in the world who are focused on fast management education and training. We're happy to have with us in this hall the regional head of IFMA Africa, Lara. Thank you very much for joining us. IFMA is one of the oldest fast management associations in the world, and they played a significant role in Africa, providing the foundation for FM education. We're happy to continue to collaborate with IFMA, so we're happy to have you. I would like to call on Dr. Luke. Before I do that, let me just do a quick, you're going to get, after the short break, we're going to have the QR code for you to be able to download the program so that you can follow as we progress. We're going to have a short break after the opening with the keynote speech by Dr. Luke. We'll take a group photograph with the university leadership, take tea break, then come back for the first session of the day. We're going to have 4 presentations shortly after. The first one is sharing the case of the University of Nairobi on fast management development and practice. The next, we're going to talk about HSC responsibility for facility managers. We're going to talk about impact of IoT. We'll talk about smart buildings. We'll talk about sustainability. We're going to have a lecture on IoT and sustainability on facilities management in the built environment. And the fourth presentation will be the future of work environment, which is an important conversation on how the future of work is and what role for facility managers. My pleasure, therefore, to welcome Dr. Luke to present the first keynote for this conference. Thank you, sir.
Okay. Good morning. My presentation is on the overview of facility management in Kenya. And it's, sorry. Yeah. Okay. And by way of introduction, I thought it would be important to look at, okay. Yeah. By way of introduction, I thought it would be good to look at what are the origins of facilities management. And like its sister, property management, it began from a humble background, of course emerging as a result of the industrial and urban development that meant that the new industrial facilities, the residential facilities, and all the others needed to be properly taken care of. The initial phase was largely by building superintendents, of course, confirming a humble beginning. Over the years, what has emerged is that facilities management is fairly dynamic. It is not developed, it is developing each and every day, adopting new technologies, and therefore a dynamic professional discipline that entails a wide range of competencies and technologies. It is largely technology driven. From what you talk of smart buildings, is technology in place. This building where we are now is near smart, and so you can see what technology can do, that we are able to deliver what we are delivering without. And of course, other than being that, it also demands for management philosophies. You would have to be, one, what skills do you have to apply to integrate the physical space with the workforce? And other than the workforce, how do you integrate it also with the organization's objectives and agenda? Because that's critical if you are a facilities manager. You have to look at the institution you're looking at. What is the need? What are their plans? What do they want to achieve? How are you contributing to that as you work with them? It is multidisciplinary, like we would indicate. One, it requires management philosophies. It requires behavioral sciences. It requires engineering sciences. And so it is multidisciplinary in a way, like the chairman had indicated here. Facilities managers need to sit down with the designers so that their experience in living with structures, buildings, can be brought to bear on the design, indicating a requirement that you must have some understanding of architecture, you must have understanding of engineering, you must, at the same time, be able to be empathetic and appreciate the kind and the age of those working or going to use the facility. So again, with the aging population, and people are living longer these days, then what else do you look at? The other would be that it is demand driven. What does the society want? In Kenya, following the Westgate attack and several attempts by terrorists, we have had an increased alert and demand for security. And each facility you get into today, you'd have a plethora of security checks to get in. Now, as a facility manager, this becomes critical. But you do not only rely on the human aspect, you also want to use the technology so that you are sure that even with the human eye, there's a technology one can detect if the individual would cause harm to the people. And so, again, you need to look at that. And because you work for institutions, that some of them are profit-making, some are public, you also need to ensure that your work leads to profitability or maximization. And that, to a great extent, is critical, whether you are externally hired, that is outsourced, or you're the facilities manager for University of Nairobi, for instance. You need to satisfy the needs. And so you focus on the customer, and the customer are like for here, our students, staff, and other stakeholders that come in and use the facilities like yourselves today. The other one is on issues of environmental health and safety. And I'm happy that as we started the facilities management department, and somebody here to brief us on what we need to do and how best to move. Of course, as it is, and as it is with the dynamic professions, it's increasingly becoming complex. This need for complexity and the demand to have knowledge in various technologies as technology advances. And as, of course, we have mixed-use developments that are, again, huge complexes, requires not the superintendent of the early years, but one now who is equipped with adequate skills to deal with, say, landlords, tenants, to deal with the huge population that visit the facility and such like. So that, and other than that, the human element, marketing and such like. And of course, because of there are hidden costs in management, of course, there are direct costs, which are easier to see. What are the hidden costs that, as a facility manager, you need to identify and be able to bring to bear for the management so that the organization is able to achieve its objectives? For instance, what are the costs of maintenance that could be avoided if things were done differently? How do they impact on the overall performance of the institution or the organization that you work for? Those needs to be understood. But other than that, you also need to have an integrated system, which is, again, technology-oriented. How do you decide on maintenance? How do you ensure that one who is based in Kabete, 20 kilometers, is able to tell that a bulb in Chandaria Auditorium is not working? And how do you tell that they have taken the requisition and are able to have it fixed within the 24 hours? And what next do you do without leaving your room to escalate it to the next level where there appears to be negligence and such like? So again, that needs to be looked into. Other than that, you also need to look at integration of decision making. I mean, how do you make the decisions from the different departments? Say a production. Assume you are looking at an industrial plant. What do you do to ensure that serviceability and all these others the decisions are made timely and done in the right way? Then, of course, the last would be the consolidation of supply chain in relation to access to spare parts and such like. Of course, I've talked so much about facilities management without asking what it is. In my view, it would be nice to have a comprehensive definition that is universally acceptable. But if you look at the literature that exists, there are more than 20 definitions of facilities management. And so it has diverse definitions, sometimes depending on which country or which firm or what emphasis you put. But it is seen, of course, as a practice of coordinating physical workplace with people and work of the organization, which means it integrates the principles of business administration, architecture, the behavioral, and engineering sciences. This simply implies that the practice is multidisciplinary, like I had said earlier, in scope, and on the workplace, focuses on the workplace. It requires the integration of processes, but also that it is a developing profession that So what then are the characteristics of facilities management? One being that it requires integration of processes from production to decision making on how the facility is used. It is a set of values, commitment to one, short and long-term planning. Other than that, commitment to achieving organizational objectives, which is required. One has to be focused and committed to it in that sense. It requires a mix of skills. Like we have put it, it requires you to have a bit of understanding of the architecture, a bit of understanding of engineering, a bit of the behavioral sciences, design, and such like. And of course, interpersonal skills that is critical, and again, be more communicative and such like. So in the process, all it offers is a promise that if you do the following, then this. So one, there are promises, just like as you plan, we say, if we did this and this to this facility, this is the likely outcome. That is realized at the end of an assessment period. So what is the relevance? As we speak, generally, there is increasing demand for sustainability. I'm aware that, I'm certain you are aware that COP29, is it? COP29, 28, sorry, will be taking place in Abu Dhabi in I think this week. And the whole concept around it is sustainability. Our environment since 1970 has been ravaged by pollution and all these others. And the question that we look at is sustainability and resilience. The profession offers a chance to contribute to this noble goal for future generations. And so we need to look at that as well. The other is efficiency. Energy, Kenyans will tell you, the cost of energy is fairly high today. For business, from what I get, is between 15 and 20%. And it is a fixed cost, because without that energy, you cannot operate. Now, how do you ensure that it is efficient? And so efficient production would require that a facility manager is able to recommend systems that would lead to efficient use of energy, one, and the type of energy to be source to be installed in the buildings. The other is that it's increasingly this need for collaborative work resulting from the knowledge economy. Collaborative work would mean what do you provide in the workspace for your staff so that they are able to collaborate with colleagues in New York City as they sit in Nairobi, Kampala, or anywhere else. The other is, how do you ensure that they have space where, even within the office, they are able to interact and collaborate without leaving this place? Do you have adequate spaces where they could have their coffee, tea, or have flexible meetings? So what it looks towards is flexibility. Then the need for more accessible and comfortable work environment. We are living longer today than before. In Africa, when I was in primary school, the life expectancy was about 40 years. Today, people are living into their 90s. And at the University of Nairobi, we work until we are 70. I know at Kenyatta University it's still 74. And I'm going to encourage my chair to move to Maseno, but it is 74, 5. So it's more than, and so you get it. So how do you take care of this? But also again, We'd like to encourage the ladies to have babies at the same time and work. So how do you take care of that within the space? Because they would like to, we also encourage ladies to breastfeed. Again, these are things that a facility manager must look at. The kind of staff do you have? How old are they? Are they still childbearing? And if so, is it possible to have a place for the children to be within the area so that their mothers can have, during their break time, spend time with them? A facility manager will then be able to deal with that. And these are the demands for today. And so you meet that requirement. And of course, a flexible work environment and that takes care of those with disabilities and such like, which is critical. So in a sense, if you look at it, then say that facilities management leads to increased productivity because of the environment that's created, because of the facilities that would need to recommend to your organization, and because you'd like several activities to be integrated so that not much time is wasted, like in Kenya, going to look for a kiosk. That is informal eateries for sheriff, you may not know this. And so again, but also comfort and safety, that the environment where you are, you have proper chairs, your tables are up to certain size, the heights. I know my dean deals with that in her design, and so that you are not continuously complaining of backache and such like things and such like environment. But also profitability. An institution with a good work environment, flexible environment that takes care of the staff, there's the motivation to work and to stay in the office to spend, and you can be sure that it reduces costs and the outputs are higher, and that will translate into a profitable venture. Of course, you talk of scalability and sustainability issues that are critical to this same bit. Then I look at the Kenyan situation. Kenya is a mixed bag with different institutions being ahead, advances in technology, adopting what is found in the Western world or the Northern world. Then you have those that are at the beginning, almost at the superintendent level in terms of practice. So it is dynamic, always evolving, adopting new ideas, and of course in constant growth. However, there's no platform for sharing experience and knowledge. And like the chair indicated, we are in the process of trying to, we have already mapped and we know the number of those practicing facilities management. We're in the process of trying to have an association registered where they would be able to share their experiences and knowledge. And I hope by the time we leave here, we'd have met more people from the country and we follow that agenda. And of course, the practice is fairly traditional, that's why I say it's a mixed bag. It looks at property maintenance, which is very critical, security services, which is significant in Kenya, given our history, starting with the 95 bomb blast, then Westgate bombing, and the many attempts by terrorists on Kenyans. It covers waste management, which is becoming a critical issue for us as the population increases and we densify as a city, for instance, and the growth of urban areas is enormous. We are quickly urbanizing, and one of the major issues in urban space is about waste management, which is a major challenge, and landscaping for those who are a bit, and gardening. Health and safety, of course, because of the requirement of the National Environmental Management Authority and such like. Public health, OSHA, such like. And so this energy management, as well as space utilization and events organizing as well. However, like had been mentioned earlier, there's no comprehensive local training programs. Most of our facility managers rely on training from the UK and the US, which are fairly expensive. University of Nairobi has 2 programs that offer facility management in their units, that I think that bachelor's in surveying and that of real estate. But again, like we put it, the university is looking into ways of ensuring that that is dealt with. Because there's no organization, there's no platform and such like, there's no systematic development of a body of knowledge that would facilitate training and practice. Because you require feedback from industry to be able to design an appropriate curricula so that you address the issues and the areas, the gaps that your people have. What then is the way forward? Sensitization at the national and county levels, using the governance structure that exists. That would require champions who are able to reach out to these other places. Of course, the need for a platform for interaction and sharing of knowledge and experiences between practitioners, researchers, and academics. And, of course, development of standards for practice. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Luke Obala, for that introduction to this conference, giving us a perspective of the journey of facility management adoption in Kenya, where we are, what are the things we need to do to take the industry and profession forward. Before we go to the next set of programs, I would like to quickly recognize some of our speakers who are here. I've recognized our chair already. Sharif, you're welcome once again. Inas, you're welcome. If you're here, please raise your hand when I call your name. Maria, our vice chair, you're welcome. Thank you. Chioma, you're welcome. If you are here, thank you very much for coming. Michael, thank you. You're welcome. Maxwell. Environment. Maxwell, if you are here, thank you very much for coming. Appreciate your participation. I've recognized Lara before, and I'm going to bring her up shortly to present goodwill message from IFMA. I also have the vice chair or vice president, as it were, and the incoming president for the African Association of Quantity Surveyors, QS Matthew. You're welcome, sir, all the way from Zambia. I'd like to also recognize the chair of the Estate Agency Registration Board of Kenya, Eunice Machana. Thank you very much for coming, madam. We appreciate your being here. I would like to welcome to the stage at this moment Sorry, before I do that, I would like to also recognize our sponsors. If I call your company, please just wave your hand wherever you are. Would appreciate your support so far for this event. HDNI, thank you very much for your support. Sebo, thank you very much for your support. FMC, thank you very much, Maria. GPFI, we have a lot of GPFI in the house, from Zambia, from Kenya, from Nigeria. Thank you for your support. We have TFML, I'm not sure they're here. Thank you very much for your support. We have CSM represented here, Sharif and his team. Thank you for your support. We have Eliza Workplace. I'm not sure they're also here. Thank you for your support. We appreciate. And National Association of Building Engineers all the way from Angola, we thank you. We're expecting them at this conference. Thank you for your support for this conference. I would like to welcome on stage first Lara to come and present the Google message from IFMA, then after that, Matthew from the Association of Quantity Surveyors. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. It's again a great, great pleasure to be here. Thank you, Maria, Sharif, and the team of Africa FM Network for having us all here together again, this time in the beautiful city of Nairobi, Kenya. It's been the third time now that we have this conference, and every year I see the content growing, the expertise growing, and the network growing within the region. Obviously, as IFMA being indeed, as MCO mentioned, we are the oldest and largest facility management association globally, with about 25,000 members. And we truly see a large potential in the African continent when it comes to facility management. There's a lot of things going on, and every year the industry is growing, professionalizing, and we see people having new skills developed, etc. I'm responsible within IFMA for the EMEA region, so for Europe, Middle East, and Africa, and it is my great pleasure to support this conference. We will continue to do so, and in every way that we can. This has been a great initiative, a great network, and I'm happy to be here, happy to support this, and if I can support any of you in any way, would be happy to do so. So thank you very much, and please continue to be part of this, this association and organization. Thank you.
Thank you, Lara. I'll just mention that recently we published IFMA, the African Operations and Maintenance Benchmark, which is a very good guide for building managers, facility managers across the continent to benchmark their services, the standard of the services, and the cost of delivering their services. Thanks to IFMA for initiating that. We look forward to continue to work with IFMA to develop more of such as we grow on. And also IFMA runs a lot of professional certification programs that a lot of us, including myself, when we started our journey in facility management, had to go through, and they were very, very, very good programs, and I encourage us to continue to take those advantages. Thank you once again, IFMA, for your support. I'd like to invite Mr. Matthew to please come up and make some few remarks on behalf of the QS Thank You Association. Round of applause.
How do they say good morning in Swahili? I've forgotten. All right. Whatever it is, good morning. All right. No, as I introduced, my name is Matthew Ngulube, coming from Lusaka, Zambia. And we are actually three of us that are here. Kunda, where are you? All right. There's Kunda there, and Keith Mateo. Yeah, somewhere here. Yeah. So we are quantity surveyors. We did our first degrees and everything until we went into practice. We've been in the industry for a long time, and we belong to an association called Africa Association of Quantity Surveyors, which is a continental body that is in charge of all quantity surveyors on the continent, Cape to Cairo. But when I was introduced to facilities management, I was just thinking, why didn't I start this a long time ago? Because I've seen a lot of opportunity, and particularly in Zambia, the door is wide open, and you can just walk into it. And what I believe is that as we continue collaborating, as we continue talking and dialoguing, we should be able to develop this very noble profession. So I'm very happy to be part of facilities management. We actually run GPFI Zambia, and we're well guided with Dr. MKO, and I must say, I'm very happy to be part of this beautiful family. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your remarks. It's also worthy of note, and one of the things we're trying to do in Africa FM is to bring other professionals in the built environment to our conferences so that we can share ideas rather than just speak to ourselves annually, talking facilities management to facility managers. We're happy to have the QS here. I'd like to recognize Kunda. Kunda is the chair of QS Association in Zambia. Thank you very much for coming. We appreciate you. I'd like to recognize Madam Eunice, who is the chair of the Estate Agents Registration Board, to come and please do your own goodwill message. Thank you, ma'am.
Good morning, everyone. All protocols observed. I was not expecting to speak during this opening session, but my Bible says that you should always be ready to defend your faith. So I'm always ready to defend my profession. I'm the current chairperson of the Estate Agents Registration Board, which is a regulatory body for facilities managers, property managers, and property agents who do sales and lettings. The department, we are currently under the State Department of Housing, sitting at the Ministry of Lands, Public Works, Housing and Urban Development. I've been a practitioner for the last 30 years. I'm an alumni of this university, having graduated in 1992 in the Department of ADD then, Architecture, Design and Development. I think it has changed name now. And last September, my daughter graduated from the Department of Interior Design. So you can see there is continuation in the family on this field. So I'm glad to be here, also to join with you in the field of property facilities management. Like I said, I'm also a practitioner in property valuation, and I run a consultancy firm. I've worked with various institutions in the past, with banks, and I've also worked with government as the county executive or the county minister version of inlands, physical planning, valuation, urban development, and municipalities at the Kiambu County, just the immediate CCM for Kiambu. So I understand the field quite well, having been at the policy level and also having worked as a practitioner. And I can attest to the many things that my friend, Dr. Luke, has talked about, and the message from the Vice Chancellor on the need to develop facilities management in the country. Because currently we are all spread. Sometimes we don't understand whether we are property managers, we are facility managers, or we are building surveyors. We don't quite understand sometimes where we lie when we say we are doing facilities management, or are you doing property management? Are you regulating property managers, or are you regulating facilities managers? How do you design training for these people and the different categorization that we have in the market? I was very sad. Is it last year, but one with the University of Nairobi discontinued the program for the diploma in property management, because as a regulatory body, we relied heavily on that program, and we sent a lot of the applicants who did not qualify to go and upskill themselves, their skills at the University of Nairobi. And currently, I don't know where to send them. Technical University, yes, but they are offering a 3-year diploma, and some of our applicants feel that it's too long of a program. So when you talk about developing the skills and developing the profession and developing the facilities management, it is also very critical that we look at the players and the market, what the market requires. When you came from the university, we did not expect to do some of the things we did. You are thrown into the bank, and you are into a corporate environment where you also have to sit at the strategic meetings. You also have to do planning. You also have to do all the things that managers, senior managers do. And some of us had to do crash programs to upskill ourselves to be able to fit into that space. So when you talk about market-driven, is what is the market looking at? And looking at all the dons in this room. And I really think it's very important that we are also able to mix and integrate with the players in the market, because it's very critical, even at the policy level at government, and also the practitioners in the market, that all these groups, including now the persons who are training, come together in one room and decide what does the market need. I've seen a lot of marketers currently getting into our field because they're able to sell, and they're also able to move products in the market, something that our graduates from the university may not be very conversant with. And you find that our space is being taken up by marketers. And other engineering courses, we even have lawyers coming in because we also need a lot of law application in the market. So when you look at this field of facilities management, let us open our mind wide and see what is it that the market is asking. Let it be market-driven. Because we also employ the graduates that come from these universities. And I can tell you exactly which universities we prefer to employ their graduates, because we know they are better prepared and their attitude to work environment, work ethics is better. Because you're not just looking at a graduate who knows how to look at building systems, a graduate who is able to look at maintenance, a graduate who is able to give you the technical, but you're also looking at someone who can fit into the workplace, someone who can relate at the job environment, someone who can be able to deliver, so someone who comes to work on time, and you don't have to look for them, not one who resigns in the morning through SMS. You're looking at someone who can give you value at the workplace. We have all these challenges. They send you a text in the WhatsApp and tell you they are not coming. And these are some of the challenges that the employers are facing, because you also have to look into the generation that we are addressing and see how do they fit in. So looking at everything and looking at all the aspects of facilities management, looking at the person in totality and how that person fits in the field of property management. When it comes to regulations, regulating the industry, I can tell you we have a big challenge because some of them don't really even appreciate that, but you're trying to bring sobriety in the market. So I want to welcome our visitors from other countries. Nairobi is beautiful despite the rain. We've heard you can still wear a t-shirt, and there are very many nice places to look at. Karibuni nyote.
Thank you very much. And I believe that it was good to have brought her up. She has raised two very important issues for us to deal with as a body. One is to advance the knowledge of FM, but having in mind the local peculiarities. The second is to expand beyond just the FM, but also the personality, the social skills that are required by practitioners to be able to do their job and work in a very structured environment. For the information of everybody, there is ISO standard for FM, and we're going to have a presentation on it as part of this conference. The definition of FM, procuring in FM, all the various things that all of us are worried about have already been documented, processed, and put in a standard, a global standard to ensure that wherever you are in the world as an FM practitioner, you can practice properly. Also with our training, we talked about IFMA training. There are a lot of training programs that standardizes the knowledge and the skills you get, and also even added to some of the concerns she's raised about the individuals, the business of FM, beyond the building itself, ensuring that we pay attention to the people and the organizations we support. Thank you everybody for participating in the opening ceremony. We are just come to the end of the session. We're going to have tea break and group photograph. Then we'll come back for the first set of 4 presentations after this. Thank you very much for your patience. Thank you very much for your attention. And I believe you benefited in this very first session. Thank you. Sorry, please go to, there's a staircase. When you come out, you go down to the next floor. That's where our tea break is. That's also where we're going to take the photographs. Thank you. I expect that we are all back in at this time so that we can start the second part of the program for today. While we await others to come back inside, we'll just share some thoughts on some of the topics that we'll be dealing with in the course of this program. One of the very important topics for us in the industry is the development of the FM standards that started in 2006, 2007. And so far we have 8 standards that have been developed by the FM Standards Committee, which has been approved by ISO standards. Well, more details will be provided tomorrow. I'll just mention
recording in progress.
The first one was the FM vocabulary standard, 41011. The purpose of that standard is to ensure we have uniform language across the industry, across the globe. Wherever you are, there are no difference in nomenclature and understanding of the concepts of FM. The next is 41012, 2017, deals with guidance and strategic sourcing in facilities management. One of the major challenges we have faced as a group is procuring FM service in terms of the contracting, the structure, developing proper RFQs and RFPs. And this is what the standard helps to define and guide. We have 41013, which focuses on scope, key concepts, and benefits of FM. One of the learnings in facilities management today is our ability to market FM. I was having a conversation during the tea break with some of our colleagues from Ghana, talking about how do we take the FM concept beyond just those who are directly responsible, but to their bosses, the people who approve, people who sign up on what we do, who approve contracts, who are the budget owners, but have no understanding of FM. And that's what these standards helps us to do, understand the concepts, the benefits, then we can sell the benefits to stakeholders. And as an association, one of the things we want to be doing, and we've started with this conference and going forward, is to expand the conversation with other professional bodies. Our next conference, actually we're looking at Kigali 2025 to ensure that it's a real, not just FM conference, but built environment conference, where the architects, the QSs, the surveyors, everybody will be there. And we're going to have a Pan-African conference of everybody in the built environment so that we can all, speak the same way. And, one of the interesting things for me as an individual, and Matthew alluded, I've attended 6 QS surveyors conference in the last 1 year across the continent. Just learning more what others are thinking about FM. You find that a lot of these associations have concepts and developments in FM. And we're on the other side, thinking and talking FM, and we're not having, conversations, together. So those are part of the things that we need to drive, and we have a standard that helps us. You don't need to create anything from your head. The standard is there, and you can pick all the ideas that you require. We have the certification system. Also, you can be a company or an institution. You can certify your FM process with the 41001 2018, which deals with the management systems for FM, creating policies and procedures and systems to help you manage your facilities properly. We have the 41014 2020 FM strategy. Part of the early, teachings for me, learnings for me as a practitioner when I started and I did my FMP was linking the FM strategy with the organization strategy. It's very important. You cannot manage facility for an organization without having an understanding of what the organization is all about, what the strategy of the organization, what's the goal of the organization, what they want to achieve, short, medium, and long term. And so it's important for facility managers to also have that in mind and develop a strategy that speaks, that connects whatever we're doing with the organizations we work for, no matter where they are, be it institutions, medical, industrial, whichever industry they are. We must understand, just like Madam Eunice said, we must understand the perspective of the client and develop systems and solutions that speaks to them. The next one that has also been developed is 41015, 2023, influencing organizational behavior. We manage buildings, but we don't own the buildings. We're not the users of the buildings. So as facility managers, we find ourselves confronted with misuse of facilities by users. And so the standard helps us to create a system to have conversations with users, not just departments, but users, to understand what we're doing and why it's important for them, to handle our facilities, better. One of the things I did in my early days in FM is to pass the budget of FM to the department. I was working for an organization as a facility manager, and mostly they assume is my budget. So they don't worry, they can do whatever they like, spend whatever money they like, use whatever space there. And I went back to everybody, I said, you know what, I'm going to charge you back for every space you own or you use in my building because it's your budget. And it changed their mentality. And that's part of the things that the standard helps us to understand. We need to take the message back to the users to let them know that this is their property, this is their asset, this is their cost, this is their budget. And you will find a change in behavior, absolutely, when you do that. The last one that has been developed is 41018, which focuses on fast management policy. I also know that we've worked on emergency preparedness for FM. After COVID, there were conversations around creating a standard that helps facility manager to prepare better. The lessons from COVID, which was very good for facility managers actually globally, is that organizations, institutions recognize the need to have professional managers to manage their assets, their buildings. But we need to take it further. So we're not reacting, we're prepared. We ensure that we have conversation with the organization we work for, either directly or indirectly, to ensure that we envisage the worst case scenario and we're ready to ensure we're prepared to provide support that are necessary. One of the key deliverables for a facility manager is post-emergency. What happens? How long does it take you to restore normalcy in your buildings? And so those are part of the things the standards help us to do and prepare us as facility managers to do better. Lara is going to be talking to us tomorrow. There's a research that has been done by IFMA on the key topics that are driving FM today. There are about 6 of them. And we look forward to listening to that. There are very interesting conversations that we need to start having as facility managers. How do we prepare ourselves? How do we ensure that we have the right knowledge and skill to be able to support our organizations and our buildings? We also have sustainability and Internet of Things discussion. This is, we started FM, technology from CAFM, Computer-Aided Facility Management. And today is gone beyond that. I was reading an article 2 weeks ago on LinkedIn where an organization in Canada has developed an AI system to manage air conditioning in the building without any controls. You don't need any remote controls or building controls. The system is integrated, monitors the temperature of each area of the building over a period of time, actually 1 month, and after that is able to determine the temperature requirement for each section of the building without anybody operating the remote controls to manage them. So these are some of the things that we are taking forward. Once again, I want to welcome everybody back to the afternoon, still morning session, the second session this morning. It's almost 12. We're going to start with the second paper. The first speaker, unfortunately not available, Andrew, who is supposed to give us a perspective about FM management in the university. We're going to go to Ahmed. I don't know whether Ahmed is ready online.
Yes, I'm online.
Can you check if Ahmed is ready? Where we're waiting for that.
I'm ready for this.
3 presentations for this session before we have Q&A. The first, health and safety responsibility within the facility management environment, to be delivered by Hamed Hussein. He's a member of Egypt Facility Management Association. We're waiting for him to come online. Okay, so can you please give him permission to present? And we can have Ahmed speak to us. While that is coming up, we're going to have the second presentation from Dr. Olumide Aina from Nigeria. He's the Vice Deputy President of the Association of Facility Management Practitioners in Nigeria. He's going to be talking to us on the impact of IoT and sustainability in the built environments, transforming our lives, work, and recreation. And the third presentation will come from Euro FM to be delivered by Natalia Hoffman, who will be talking about the future of work environment. We will start with Ahmed, then we'll take the other two. Thank you very much. See you after the presentation. Ahmed, you have the floor.
Hello, everybody. It's a pleasure being with you in this event. My session today will talk about health and safety responsibility within facility management. I want to discuss the benefits of efficient occupational health and safety in FM, who is responsible for health and safety in FM, and what are the benefits of investing in occupational health and safety, links that can be made between occupational health and safety. I have collected the data from several sources like ILO, OSHA, and I have left the citation at the end of the presentation. When it comes to facility management, there are an array of different responsibilities attaining to occupational health and safety especially. With so many responsibilities, it is essential to know who they lie with. In many circumstances, occupational health and safety can lie with a number of people at different levels, and in the most general sense, it is the responsibility of all. However, there are specific responsibilities which fall to certain members of the team. Benefits of efficient health and safety, of course, whenever there is good health and safety management, there will be less threat of legal actions due to any of statutory authorities' inspection or audits, lower employee absence and turnover rates. Of course, that by reducing the risks, you will have fewer accidents and increase productivity as employees become healthier, happier, and better motivated. That will reflect on the reputation of the corporate among investors, customers, and community. All of the above will reduce the cost. As you know that any incident, it looks like an iceberg. There is a direct cost, which is the only small part of the we can see from the iceberg, and there is indirect cost. For example, if there is an accident, so you'll find that the direct cost may be the hospital fees for surgeries or whatever, but the indirect cost will be like fines from legal actions, maybe increasing the premium of the insurance, medical insurance. Of course, maybe you'll have the war interrupting operation interruption. The reputation will be, of course, not good. Now I will talk about the role of the who is responsible of health and safety in FM. We have occupational health and safety responsibility is a key part of FM. The responsibility of occupational health and safety involving all individuals. And we have to know these two questions, the answer of it. What does this responsibility look like? And where do occupational health and safety responsibilities lie when it comes to FM? We can have four stakeholders or main people who are involved in implementing or having rules in occupational health and safety: the facilities owner, facilities manager, staff member, and clients. The facility owner, the first rule he has towards health and safety is the design. If he chooses the correct design, he will avoid a lot of health and safety issues or problems. For instance, if he wants to have facade cleaning for his building, so he might consider having a building maintenance unit or installing anchorage for road access for cleaning operations. Unless if he doesn't have this kind of design mindset, you will face major issues while you are operating the building. The second thing, which is prepare health and safety policy. It's reflecting the commitment of senior management towards health and safety and sets the rules and the responsibilities, who does what, when and where. Assess any risk in workplace. That's a very essential part of a facility owner to prepare a risk assessment, which will identify the hazards, identify who might be hurt, and evaluate the risk level, medium, high, medium, or low, and of course the control measures to control those risks. By appointing a competent person or people, he must. This competent person, he must know the legal requirements, he must be aware of the hazards combined with his type or nature of his job, and he must communicate all of these hazards to all staff and give clear information by trainings and many other solutions. Of course, managing the risks, that's one of the things which is important. By if he cannot remove the risk, he must control it by putting in procedures and making sure that everyone is complying with these procedures. Role of facility manager. Facility manager should be well versed in understanding all of the regulations and standards associated with particular industry, as well as keeping abreast of any changes that may occur from time to time. They should also be able to recognize potential risks and take steps to minimize those risks before they become an issue. To perform plant maintenance checks and available for reactive maintenance where necessary. Of course, team responsible for resolving issues as identified in terms of risk assessment, and he has to make sure of that. The role of staff members. While it's ultimately up to the employer to ensure that health and safety standards are being met, it's important for staff members to also understand the rules and responsibilities in regards to these matters. Staff should be also aware of any hazards or risks within their particular area, such as slippery floors, faulty equipment, and so on. They should also follow safety protocols and use the safety equipment and, of course, put on the personal protective equipment. Finally, staff should never hesitate to ask if they are not sure about the precautions of health and safety in their workplace. The role of a client. Clients must also play a role in promoting health and safety within a facility management environment. They should clearly communicate expectations regarding health and safety from outset, so there is no miscommunication or misunderstanding later on. They should also provide feedback regularly, so any issues can be addressed quickly before they become serious problem down the road. Finally, clients need to make sure that their own personnel adhere strictly to health and safety because whenever they enter a facility managed by any outside agency. One of the things which need to be everybody familiar with the hierarchy of control. Hierarchy of control it starts from elimination, substitution, engineering controls, administrative controls, and personal protective equipment. Of course, elimination may be by ending the use of hazardous material, for example, or doing work at ground level rather than heights or working at heights. Substitution example, it's maybe switching to less hazardous material, engineering controls, maybe like noise enclosure, machine guards, etc. And administrative controls like change the way people work. For personal protective equipment, of course, like putting on gloves, masks, helmets. Here are an example for hair control. If you need to use a noise compressor, so you need to remove the noise at the source by buying a quieter compressor. If you cannot remove the noise at the source, put a noisy machinery in a separate room, or use noise absorption material. If risk remains, reduce the noise at the worker, rotate noisy tasks, provide the right hearing protection. Okay, here is the investing in occupational health and safety. What are the benefits? Occupational accidents and illness cannot be seen as an inevitable price to be paid in the course of country's development. And this slide it's quoted from the International Labour Office. Rather, creating a safe or healthy working environment will help prevent exclusion and poverty, human suffering, and economic cost to government, society, employers, as well as victims. Integrating occupational health and safety issues in the policy agenda will therefore serve various major objectives in development operation. Moreover, identify decent work, hence including decent working condition as a priority for new international development framework.
Small.
Hello?
Can you hear me? You
Yeah.
have 2 minutes more.
Okay. I'm almost done. Links that can be made between occupational health and safety, increasing business performance, and increasing national competitiveness, of course, fighting poverty. Fighting poverty, which is by reducing the incident rate that can make workers or staff are able to be productive and gain or earn money. For the conclusion of the presentation, that health and safety responsibility lies with different stakeholders through a facilities management organization from top down. It cannot rest only on one person's shoulders. Rather, it is a collective effort between everyone involved in the management team, staff members, client, to ensure that proper protocols are being followed at all times in order for everyone involved in managing the facility and remaining safe while on duty. By working together towards this common goal, it's possible to create an environment where people can work confidently, knowing that their well-being is being taken seriously by those around them. And that's the end of my presentation.
Thank you very much, Ahmed, for your presentation. Please stand by in case we have questions during the Q&A, and I believe members will benefit from your insight and your experience. Thank you. I would like to invite the next speaker very quickly, who is also online. She is a member of the board of the chair of Euro FM, Natalie Hoffman. Thank you very much. The floor is yours.
Let's see where it is. I think you don't see it anymore. So welcome everybody. I'm based in the Netherlands, so I'm presenting for you from the Netherlands. My name is Natalie Hoffman, and as already said, I'm based in the Netherlands. I'm working in the facility management industry for more than 25 years. I was the former chair of IFMA, the Dutch Facility Management Association, and now already 3 years I'm the I see that you don't see my screen. I'll try again.
We can hear you, but we cannot see your screen properly, so it's trying to come up again. Yes, so we can see it now.
Good, good. And I'm now, since February this year, I'm the chair of EuroFM. EuroFM is the European Facility Management Network, and maybe if you've seen us, last week we had our yearly conference in Istanbul. It was very successful. And today I want to tell you something about a development we did in the Netherlands, and that is that we, together with the market, with some suppliers, we invented the trends and developments for facility management for the upcoming years. What developments will in the world will impact facility management. This market vision, we made it together with IFMA, who was the owner of the research, and Strijnsa Gulden was a consultancy organization, and ABN AMRO, it's a banking organization worldwide, but also has the economic view on what's happening in the world. And I will share some results of the research we did with you. First, trends and developments. This is not new, but if you see what topics we based the research on, that's the impact of the geopolitical politics and society, what's the impact of labor market and firm organization, sustainability and technology. And what you see in geopolitics and society is that with the tensions we have in the world at this moment is that deglobalization is characterized by insourcing of production. And also what you see is that there is a change in the supply chain by having not all the access to all raw materials, for example, but also higher energy prices. International labor migration has also an impact on our profession. And when we go to the next one, labor markets, for example, you see that the migration of workers is also affect our industry. There is a lack of labor in Europe, but also you see the younger and new generations do have other needs and other ambitions than former generations had. So you see that in all these impacts industries that's having an effect on what's happening in the future. Sustainability, of course, the current raw material and energy shortages, but always also the climate change has impact on our industry. You see that social equality of quality of life are traditionally not included in the gross national product. So also we need to, we talk a lot about sustainability, but sustainability is more than only the climate. Diversity, what about younger generations, about disabled people, how to implement them in our industry. And the last one, I need to go back. The last one is technology. What you see is that technology, we all know that automatization, AI, there is a lot moving on, but what impact does it have on our industry? And how can we see that we can use it as an advantage instead of that it will impact our industry that much? So what you see is when we used and we indicated these 4 trends, we found out that what are the critical uncertainties? What are the things we don't know? And how can we prepare on these kind of uncertainties? So we made 2 axes to find out from where are these developments plotted. So you see, if the level of uncertainty is higher, the impact on some of these topics will also be higher. And for example, if you take number 6, if there is a more individual focused organization, then the employee will have more demands. But if there is a financial crisis going on in the world, then you see that the organization will having more focus and will be more centralized. So what we did is that we made 2 axes, and the first one is what I just said is if we have a more individual-centric world, or we have an organizational-centric world. So what you see is that if the individual is more asking more demands, then we will get a different way of working. And also the other axe, we used the axe of result-driven versus value-driven. You see more and more, for example, organizations who are not only saying that they are sustainable, but also employees are choosing, I want to work for this organization because it's not only saying I'm the sustainable, but also show it and also implement it in the backbone of their organization. And if you see, if the financial crisis in the world and the threats which are from the whole world are becoming more and closer to us, then you will see that there will be again, as cost savings and the results-driven organizations will come back. And that are the two axes which will give a higher demand of impact for our profession also. So what we did with the focus groups within the results of in the research is that we made together 4 scenarios for the future of work environments, and I will show them to you and tell you something about it, because these are the 4 scenarios we prepared. And what you see is that on the one axis it's the value-driven organization or result-driven, and on the other hand you have the individual-centric and organization-centric world. So what you see, and I start with number 4, FM of the shell, is in an organization in which there's a result-driven and organizational-centric driven world. Then you see this is what we already have, the commodities. On the other hand, if you see left upside, you see if you do have an individual-centric oriented world, but also value-driven is very important for organization, then you will have more impact hubs. And what does that mean for our profession? You see in the impact hubs, you see that we will see that that's a world in which we bring together professionals that are more event locations for substantive organizations. Societal issues are central. The new Centers for Sustainable Innovation, so it's focused on, there is space and focus on innovation. A combination of attractive workplace, but also facilities that match lifestyle, so work-life balance, norms and values of organizations and individuals in organizations. So you have a focus on what the individual employee in your organization would like to have. Facility manager will work together with HR, and they both are in the lead to make the corporate culture tangible. So that's the new world. If the value and individual-centric orientation is high. And if you go then to the other worlds, ecosystem, already a lot of organizations try to focus in this orientation. Offices are ecosystem. You come together, you work together, you invest heavily in, as an organization, in an ecosystem. And hospitality is a working environment, like a kind of a hotel service. Facility management in this relationship is a knowledge partner, community building. So what you see is that the focus is not on the activity, but based on the community. And that's a different way of thinking for future than what we now maybe have in organizations. World number 3, it's the distributed teams. And what you see is that we need also classic office. Work is done at home, at the office, mostly digital. Project places are there, they're temporary for teams, and then they need to have co-working spaces for that. Strategic workplace planning is strongly linked to FM. FM takes care of working environments for external, self-employed employees. So it's a focus of internal employees and external employees. And what you also see in the distributed teams, because there is a lot digital, is that you need a lot of technology, you need a lot of focus on cybersecurity and privacy rules. So IT and FM needs to cooperate in this. And in the distributed teams, people only come to the office to work together or to meet each other, to have team meetings, but mainly they work at home. And then what I already a little bit explained about world number 4, FM off the shelf, it's more commodity. That's what we already have. It's also promoting innovation, but there is more control on cost, on increasing labor productivity. It's more than what we already have. The classical offices, co-working spaces, where the total package of workspaces and services is determined. Cybersecurity will focus especially in home workplaces. So also you will work at home, but not the whole week. Pressure on prices for FM service with success fee for FM providers. What you also see in this world is that we outsource a lot of services and maybe also a part of the management. And what you see is that we also give the responsibility to the outsourcers that they invest in the workplace environment. So that's are the four worlds. And what you see is how can we use it? What with the organizations we did the research with, they said it's good for us to know that we can see where we can plot our interest in. So if one of our clients asks to change to a new way of working, then we can plot in what do we need to implement, what do we need to have a focus on when they want to have an ecosystem, for example. But what we also did together with them is that we find out how to use these kind of scenarios. What do you need to have to make this happen? So the success per scenario is invented and is inventarized. So if you, for example, want to compete on price, that will work in World 3 and World 4. So the distributed teams and FM on the shelf, commodity based, then we can compete on price. So outsourcers together know that if their client asks for World 3 or scenario 4, then they can compete on price. But for example, if they want to collaborate with HR service providers or advisors, they need to focus on World or scenario 1 and 2. So this will help and the clients, but also the outsourcers, what scenario fits with what topic and strategic options. And
Thank you, Natalie. You have 2 minutes more.
Yes, thank you. I'm almost at the end. So what you see here is that we also find out where is it more group central, where is it more individual central, and we also stated some points in if it's more flexible or if it's more standardized. We also make these kind of topics visible for our respondents. And you also see, is that, for example, you know that if the amount of self-employed people increases, that it will be a more individual, centralized organization. And that's, I think, good for us to know what uncertainties will bring at what moment a change in our environment. And this insight was given by this research. And it's available, so if you want to know more of what we did with this research, then please take contact with me or look on the website of IFMA, the Dutch Facility Management Association, and they will tell you more about it. And that's for now. I hope to see you also on World Workplace Europe. That's what we are organizing as Eurofan, FMN, and IFMA in the Netherlands in March. And maybe we will see you otherwise on our next Eurofan conference in June next year. Thank you for now.
Thank you very much, Natalie, for the presentation. Focus of our presentation is on the future of work. She's dealt extensively on the conversations around the 4 scenarios that we need to pay attention to, both at organizations, individuals, service providers, providing very detailed information that can be useful for everybody. Thank you. We're going to do Q&A for the 2 presentations. We understand our 2 speakers may have other engagements. So have our team around you. If you have any questions for any of the 2 presentations we've had, one on safety and one on the future of work, please signify so that I can take your question before we go to the next 2 presentations. Quickly. Any questions? Yes, Sheriff.
Thank you, Natalie, for this lovely presentation. I just wanted to ask about, is this research mainly for the Netherlands or Europe or the international FM community?
Well, I think most of the research is in Dutch. So yes, it's for the Dutch facility management world, but what you see is that I think we can also use it in more countries. And that's also, well, an ambition of me, that we also find out if we can do more kind of these research for other European countries. But just in this case, it's made for the Dutch organizations and the Dutch FM markets.
Thank you. We're going to engage with you, African FM, to see how we can, carry out a similar study in Africa that will guide and support the work of African facility managers. No cause for alarm, don't worry. It's just, yes, next question.
Okay, mine has to do with safety. I think post-COVID, what we've been observing, I would say, in my country, and it's probably what's happening in the continent, safety came to the forefront as we had, safety officers manning the entrances and so forth. But then the concern is that now, with the COVID gone, sort of, that has suddenly gone to the backstage. And we are no longer employing safety officers, or we let those guys go. But then you'd agree with me that facilities management safety is critical. And particularly in Europe, for example, I think where we don't follow safety protocols, we get penalties. And I'm just wondering, is this a trend that other countries in the continent are observing?
Ahmed, I hope you got his question. The fact that safety has become secondary after COVID. Go ahead.
COVID with something which all the world have learned during the pandemic. Every country have developed its own procedures, following maybe top leaders of health organizations like World Health Organizations or Ministry of Health in each country to avoid or to minimize the impacts of the pandemic. Hope I got your question right, but I understood that you are asking about the implementing health and safety that can affect the organization, of course, during any serious pandemic like COVID. So you need to prepare like an emergency plan.
Sorry, Ahmed. His question is, he has observed in their country that after COVID, there were a lot of hype about safety during COVID. As soon as everybody returned to normal, it becomes secondary. And so he was asking whether it's a trend that has been observed across the continent. So,
yeah,
because it's important to know that because that we have sorted COVID doesn't mean that we shouldn't be prepared for another pandemic in the future. So that was his concern. Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, that's right. The emergency plan will make sure that everybody is following the rules or the procedures whenever there is a pandemic or in normal cases. Hopefully, I have that answer right.
Thank you. Natalie, you want to add? Natalie?
Yes.
You want to make a comment on that question from the perspective of EuroFM and probably Netherlands in terms of what you've seen post-COVID with the relaxation on safety measures, health and safety measures in organizations and institutions? Yes.
Well, what I see on safety measures at the moment, that's also what I stated in my presentation, is that I see by working more digital, by having different workspaces than working at the office, is that the cyber security risk is becoming higher. And that's also what we stated last week, is that the difference between IT and operationals. For example, IT is very aware of cybersecurity, but also in facility management, we do have a lot of digital systems like cameras, like access bars, things like that. And that's also digital. And working at home, we also use our smartphones more. For example, we need to be aware of the risks, the cyber risk there are also in these kind of systems. And
Thank
it's
you.
becoming bigger.
Yeah, I think the perspective is that we're moving from the physical safety to the cyber safety. So first managers needs to know that even though we are during COVID running after sanitizers and floor spaces, but now everybody's working offsite, what happens? And she's mentioned we have systems that are, on the cloud. Somebody can hack, and I remember during COVID actually, there were incidences in the US where hackers hacked hospitals, downloaded medical records of patients. So it becomes a risk for FM. You can have a building that is on the cloud, and the air conditioning can be shut down externally, and you start wondering what's the problem without knowing that it's a cyber attack. So we need to pay attention to that. Thank you. Any other question? So thank you to our two first speakers for this morning, this afternoon, early afternoon. Thank you, Natalie, for finding time to join us, finding Ahmed. We appreciate you. Thank you very much. We have the next two presentations. I don't know whether Olumide is online now. And the university, Olumide, thank you very much, Olumide. So we will take Olumide next while we wait for the university head of facility management to join us shortly. Thank you. Over to you, Olumide.
All right. Good morning from here. My name is Olumide, speaking from Nigeria. It's a pleasure to be here again at the African FM to discuss interesting subjects. I've really learned a lot from the first two speakers, talking about safety and also the research work done in the Netherlands about the realities of their markets and their industry too. And one thing that really struck hard to me is about the future of FM. One of the issues we are also discussing in Nigeria, especially in Africa, the future of FM. Most of these younger generations prefer to go to the tech industry than FM because of the uniqueness in the facilities management industry. So today we want to look at the Internet of Things, see how it has impact on our environment, on our lives, work, and recreation, and the sustainability aspect of IoT, Internet of Things. Internet of Things in itself, it's about connecting systems, connecting elements, various elements. Some of you that are close to the health care, you understand that your heartbeat also generates some form of impulse, like electrons that can be read through the ECG and that can also be displayed. That's just an example of capturing information from any source, from anything, linking them up through the MCUs, that's microprocessors, and be able to feel the impulse of such elements or such systems anywhere in the world and be able to make informed decisions. That's just like the summary of what Internet of Things can do for you. Internet now sustainability is about ensuring our activities today does not impact or prevent the next generation to enjoy themselves, to do things the way they want to do themselves, and it runs like a cycle. So IoT is an enabler and is a form of technology. Any form of technology is an enabler to enable the current process or system you have in place. So if you have a wrong process in place, it will open it up, and the end result may not be palatable or good as you have expected. So IoT connect devices, connect the dots of all the things in quote, all the devices you have in your house, your TV, your camera, your safety devices, your electrical systems, your power generating sets, your renewable generators, your renewable energy systems, anything that you can think of within the built environment, you can connect these things together and build their impulse, generate enough data that you can use to make informed decisions. In the FM industry, Dr. MK was, in his introduction, was talking about how we need to engage the people that sign our checks, people that issue the contracts, the CFOs, the CEOs, the captains of industry. And it has always been a major challenge convincing them about the efficacy of facilities management. They see facilities management as a cost center. And with the enablement of IoT, you'll be able to capture enough data that will present to these people, these stakeholders, the value facilities management is bringing to the table, how it's going to enable their business, how it is going to be a value-driven solution, not just because a competitor is engaged in a form of technology, therefore you just want to have a technology for having its sake. Because you need that form of technology to enable you to perform better, to give you competitive edge over your competitors, and also to bring value to the table so that your clients can also appreciate what FM is and to have reflective effect on your client's business. It improves productivity, reduce operational costs, make them responsible in form of sustainability and all. As I've said earlier, the importance of sustainability cannot be overemphasized, as Natalie has already explained what they are doing in Europe. Sustainability is everybody's responsibility. Climate change is solved. It's something that is really having impact on us. If you look at the SDG goals, you see all the key issues: poverty, water, developing sustainable cities and communities. Due to all the sustainability issues, there are a lot of challenges that have come up from that. Lack of resources, trying to manage the very scarce resources that we have, energy issues, unemployment issues, poverty issues. A lot of people, because they don't have any job, they find themselves in doing what they do not want to do in terms of going to crime and all sort of negative issues. But with the advent of technology, most of the sustainability challenges can be resolved. And when you talk about Internet of Things, you don't have to break the bank to integrate these solutions. They are basic and very simple solutions that you can apply in your organization, even within your home or wherever you live, work, and play. I'll give you an example. In an organization, there's a thermal imaging camera that is installed at the entrance of the office. Whenever any staff comes in, their workers comes in, they've already programmed it to the minimum allowable temperature, body temperature of their workers. And anything that goes beyond that, it triggers a message to the back end, to the HR, to the MD or whoever that is in charge of the welfare of the organization. And they monitor that for a while, and once they see that it's the same, the worker in question is called that, hope you are feeling fine, do you have any form of illness, stuff like that, because your body temperature is beyond normal. Are you exercising lately? Do you exercise before coming to the office? And you'll be shocked to get feedback that, oh, I've not been feeling fine. And with that, HR, steps into it, ensure that the worker is taken care of, and that reduces lost time to illnesses at work. It saves the organization a lot of time. It prevents any form of death due to illnesses. It solves HR issues. It solves health issues, environmental issues, safety issues, security issues in several manners. So IoT, it's not really the latest technology because AI has taken over anyway, but it's still a form of technology that is making the rounds, making serious impact in the tech industry, and facility managers can integrate into it that will enable them to, add value to the space they manage. There are a lot of challenges in the built environment, and one of the key challenges that is common to all dividers, especially in Africa, is energy, carbon emissions, and waste generation. And in form of energy, you can have your solution integrated such that it will enable you to measure what you consume. There's a saying that without measurement, it's going to be difficult for you to manage anything. So with the appropriate measurement, with the appropriate information, with the appropriate data of what is happening to your energy across all board, across all your locations that you manage for a facility manager, probably manage a 500 units of estate, you manage the branches of a particular bank in your country, you manage about 200 branches, and you have your devices installed, IoT enabled, impressed with AI. Online, real time, wherever you are, you see the performance of each of the buildings. You set up a baseline that will inform you whether the said building is conforming to whichever policy you have, energy policy, sustainability policy that you have integrated into the organization, and you're able to make informed decisions there. By the time you are having meetings with your stakeholders, with your employers, with your consultants, with the contractors, you'll be speaking from the perspective of someone that is well informed, not just because of your experience or rule of thumb that you've had over the years, but because of the realities on ground, and that will enable you to perform better, and to also enable you to have a sneak peek into the future, to be able to know what is actually happening, what is going to happen in the future, and avoid a lot of accidents, a lot of monetary losses.
Dr. you have 2 minutes more.
A lot of negative impact into your business operation. How does the IoT work? The IoT works in a very unique way. It has radio frequency identification, just like a tiny chip that you can connect to most devices through the microprocessors, and also some form of sensors, and it extracts enough information, and which is transcribed into data and form of any other format, maybe graph, pie charts, histogram that you'll be able to see, and also some form of sinusoidal waves that will enable you to make a lot of informed decisions. So with Internet of Things, to be able to tag things, to be able to feel things with sensors that are attached to your air conditioning system, your power generating set, your life safety equipment, fire extinguisher, name it, within the organization, and that helps you as the facility manager to be smart. It helps you to be proactive, to be predictive in terms of the operation, in terms of the management of the resources that is given to you by your client. And that gives us, that separates us from the quacks. It separates us from the inexperienced, unprofessional facility managers that parade themselves all around. And that gives us that uniqueness that we are talking about. With this, it is very easy for us to convince our clients, would-be clients or current clients, about our impact, about our importance. That is very, very key in the FM industry, because the advocacy of FM still needs to increase to the highest level. And how do we get this? With the use of available technology, especially Internet of Things.
Thank you very much.
I'm closing now. I've had the opportunity of developing some certain solutions from my own hand to ensure that I have value to my clients.
Thank you very much, Dr. Olumide, for your time, for your presentation on IoT. Please stay on the line. After the next presentation, we're going to entertain questions, and I'm sure some of the members of the audience, especially our students, may have questions for you.
All right.
I would like to invite our host facility manager for the university, the man who manages over 800 buildings in the University of Nairobi. The Vice Chancellor says it is not a mean feat for somebody to be responsible for this large facility. Thank you very much. Mr. Andrew, please, you can go up. Thank you. Round of applause for him.
Good afternoon, everyone. As you have heard, I'm Andrew Mbuku, the Director of Facility Management in the University of Nairobi, a quantity surveyor by profession. Galube is my long-time friend there from Zambia. We have met in so many quantity surveying fora within the continent. I want to take this opportunity to welcome you in the University of Nairobi. And this is my first time to have a meeting with the Institute of the Association of Facility Managers in Africa or even in the country. And it's a great honor to just take you through what is the situation in the University of Nairobi, what is the case here, how we practice it. Dr. Obala requested me to talk about the in-house facility management, and in this case, a kind of a case study of the University of Nairobi. Because the time is very short, I want to start by saying that facility management, as we all know here, is very diverse, and it depends on organization to organization, how you structure your facility management operations and teams. And the debate about whether in-house or outsourced has been with us forever, and it will remain forever, because different situations favors different approach in this case. In the University of Nairobi, we have been, ever since actually it was initiated, we have been operating on a fragmented kind of approach, whereby different functions are managed differently and maybe conjoined at the very highest level, maybe at the Deputy Vice Chancellor's level. But recently, in the last 2 or 3 years, a few functions were merged together to create the directorate. Actually, it's one of the newest directorates in the university. It has not been there. Initially, the university, even when I joined it, I've been a staff here for around 10 years. I was only in charge of projects, and the projects were being managed separately. When we were doing these towers, being the newest facility around here, we were not even in facility management. Then maintenance was also separate. What we call estates and housing was also different, because we manage several houses. But those were put together, and together with also transport, to form what we call logistics, fleet and logistics, to form now the facility management. With also dotted lines with other very key facility management functions in the students' hostels, catering department, and the management of some few stations which we have in various parts of the country. So that is what forms the directorate. And we also now work together with our other departments which were not put together, which are still in charge of facility management of some sort, including the ICT, the security, and even what we can call the general administration. I said that the debate about whether in-house or outsourced is here to stay with us, and it depends. But many research have shown that when you're talking about an educational institution like this one, or even hospital facilities, which are more or less fixed, they are not looking for more space to move out, as opposed to business and corporations, where they will look for appropriate facilities as they either grow or as they shrink. You find that for institutions like this, the in-house facility management approach tries to win in most cases. However, doesn't mean that it is a crime if you find an institution with a fully outsourced facility management function, or you find a business function with a fully in-house kind of facility management approach. So what we do in the University of Nairobi, being an educational institution, we have a mix of the two, whereby we have outsourced some functions while we also carry out other facility management functions internally. For example, the minor repairs, if a bulb blows out here, a toilet needs to be fixed, something has just snapped, you find that we have an in-house team of technicians and artisans who support our facilities, who are employees of the university. The people who take care of our utilities and following up the bills and everything else are also in-house members of staff. The team which manages our space and does the space allocation is also an in-house staff. Same case with the fleet. We run a fleet of buses for students and small cars for different functions of the university, which are also run and operated internally through a unit which we call fleet and the logistics and other facilities. However, we have outsourced cleaning in most of our places with a very few complement of some cleaning staff because of transition. Initially, we were doing it in-house, and when we phased it out, you find that you still have some members of staff whom we don't want to lay off, and therefore you allocate them some spaces to do that. Ground maintenance, waste management, and even major repairs. If we have a planned major repair, you find that we would package the work using the project team, and we outsource it to contractors. Also servicing of major equipment like lifts, generators, cold rooms, water treatment plant, and other such equipment are outsourced, as well as maintenance of repair of our motor vehicles. We do not run a garage. So what do I have to say today? If that is the situation of the University of Nairobi, when you are making the decision between do you need to outsource or do you want to have in-house members of staff, you have to be very key. And one key thing to consider is the right mix of the skills. You choose the functions you want to undertake in-house, and you make sure that you have the skillful people to undertake those, because you might you might easily run down your facilities just because of the wrong choice of the people and the approach you are using to maintain your facilities. And the gain should be, you should focus on the facilities and the right people other than the short-term costs, because sometimes what also guides this decision is on the approach, is the gain, how much are you saving. A service provider would come and give you a very low quote, and because of that, you make a decision, you commit yourself to contracts, and you find yourself that the short-term gains are not helping you. It is important to know what are the important things and what matters to you and put them under your control, because you might find that it might not help you to let your key facilities and functions to be controlled elsewhere. In-house sometimes gives you flexibility in prioritizing, and especially where sometimes you find these are government institutions, and sometimes not all the time that you have all the resources at hand, and you find that you need to prioritize what to do and what not to do. If you had committed yourself into a contractual arrangement, it might take time for you to change that contract, but when you are doing it in-house, you might decide what can wait and what needs to be done urgently. In-house staff also have some consistency, and unlike when you are doing repairs and maintenance, you find that there are people who have been with you for some time, they have learned your systems, they know your infrastructure, and therefore it doesn't require a lot of time to come and relearn if this person was outsourced. And of course, outsourced companies, they have that tendency of changing the people they are deploying to you. However, the mix helps you to maximize and optimize, although sometimes it might also lead to conflicts. As I said, we have some areas where we have people who clean, who are internal, as well as outsourced, and sometimes that brings some challenges of conflicts. Technological challenges arise here in the university, like any other. The last immediate presenter was talking about Internet of Things, and now we are talking about Internet of Things. We don't know what we'll be talking about tomorrow, and every day things are changing, and your level of adaptability to adapt this technology and embracing it, it is what determines how you are going to maintain your facilities and how your facilities are going to look like. But technological challenges are there, and I encourage your facility managers to actually embrace technological changes and try to acquire as more knowledge as possible in what is emerging, seeking excellence in managing your facilities and focusing on the work experience, and because that is why we are there. We are in a campus setup, and things have changed. Most of you, when you are choosing the colleges you are to go to, you are looking at the programs being offered there and the quality of graduates coming out of those universities. But these days, you find that the current generation, they are looking at the campus life experience. They are looking at the campus as a community, as a hub, and they want to know even how their student life will be even before they move into that. And coming to a university which has old and aging facilities like University of Nairobi, you find a lot of challenges. And if we don't move, and this is the discussion we're having with the management, if we don't move speed and make sure that our facilities are in the best state, we might even start losing students. Not because our lecturers are not good, not because our curricula is not one of the best, not because we are not offering attractive programs, but just because the students come survey. Even some of them come accompanied by their parents and say, no, my daughter, my son cannot go into such facility. Otherwise, thank you very much. Welcome to University of Nairobi. Welcome to Nairobi. Welcome to Kenya. Asanteni sana.
Thank you very much, Andrew. We don't envy the work you do. We know it's humongous. It's a lot. I'm sure you can leverage on the expertise. You know, one of the things I did when I was managing, you know, not as big as yours, was to learn from others around me. So please use the opportunity of this conference, network with, you know, people from across the continent, across the globe, and, you know, take more ideas on how to support your work. We're going to take questions for the last two presentations before we go to the first panel of this conference. Please, if you have any questions, please indicate and mention the speaker you want to respond to your question. Thank you.
My question is to him, yes. It's about the in-house. So when you have in-house staff, that is the artisans and the cleaners, when they get to the age where they are not that effective anymore, what do you do?
Okay, that question is for Andrew. So next question.
Yeah. Hello, okay. My question also goes to Andrew. I heard you saying there are certain key functions or parts of the university that you may not decide to outsource. I just wanted to find out, first of all, if you can help this audience by maybe mentioning one or two of those facilities, because what I do believe is that the idea at the end of the day is that you concentrate on your core business, and that is educating the students. So, of course, when you mentioned it, I was just thinking about maybe during exam time, you don't want the students to miss the papers, because those moments or times are actually cast in stone. So I just wanted to find out what kind of facilities are those, so that at least you prepare us, even as we go out there and see if we can provide solutions to some of those facilities.
Any other questions? Okay, yes.
Thank you. Stephen is my name. I wanted to ask Andrew that how does he manage to effectively manage the facilities of the entire university? Is it centralized, or you decentralize the functions to the different faculties and other units? Thank you.
Thank you. We'll take one more. And
my question is for Dr. Olamide. So, as facility managers, how do you future-proof your facility with the changing technology so that you're able to be compatible with new and upcoming technologies?
Thank you. Olumide, are you there? Is Olumide still online? Okay, we'll give Andrew the chance to answer the first set of questions, then we'll come back to Olumide.
Thank you for your questions. I'll start with the first one about when you are running in-house facility management team, what you do with your aging members of staff. If you have taken this as an approach and as a strategy in your organization, it becomes just like any other human resource function, whereby as staff in any other function continue aging, you continue replacing. Of course, you'll have an establishment, not only aging, there are many ways of separation. Other than retirement, there's natural attrition, and people also change and go to other type of employments. So if you have identified it as part of your key functions you want to manage in-house, you have to replace as vacancies arise. However, if you find that it is becoming a challenge, you can also come up with a strategy of outfacing it. And I think I gave an example of that. We are outfacing in-house cleaning and onboarding outsourced cleaning, as it were. So what we have done, and I think that goes to the last question also, is that you find University of Nairobi is organized in around 8 campuses within Nairobi, and 2 others outside Nairobi, one in Kisumu and one in Mombasa. Every campus is headed. I said I have 3 main sections. That is facility development as maintenance as a section. There I have a team leader in every campus. The properties and utilities section, I have a caretaker in every campus. And the fleet and the logistics, we have pulled some campuses together, and we have transport officers overseeing a pool of some campuses and a pool of fleet. What we have done as we are outfacing cleaning in-house, we have the few who are remaining, we have concentrated them in only 2 campuses. Then we have outsourced the other campuses for cleaning full, so that we don't have that conflict in between. The question about which are those facilities which you consider important to your operations and you decide to run. For example, we fully run and maintain our accommodation program. I mean, the system of allocating hostels and collecting hostel fees, and that is fully in-house. We have a team of host management. That is why I said it's almost a fully fledged, but they have because it's a facility management function, they have a dotted line to me, but it's kind of a fully fledged department by itself. So those are kind of some of those facilities. Key other facilities, you find that they are not very key and you can easily outsource without complexity. Also, it depends on how you see yourself. Which team is stronger for you? Is it the outsourced team or is it the in-house team? There are areas it can be the reverse. The ones you find that they are very key and important to you, you might decide to outsource that if you think that you are getting good service from the outsourced companies, if you think your in-house team is not that good. But if you think you have an in-house, good in-house team, you keep the in-house team to manage, to run your most important functions. That is why I was saying, keep what is important closer to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Olumide, over to you. Your camera is IoT on compliance. Yeah, upside down. We'll go ahead and respond to the question on how do you adapt as things change? I believe that was the question. Yeah. Thank
Okay. Basically, there's nothing that is cast in stone. There must be a baseline, and there must be an opportunity whereby you need to review what you have already started. So there are a lot of changes that will happen in terms of policy, in terms of other challenges that may even come. For example, cybersecurity, interoperability with some of your solutions. So there must be, it has to be dynamic and very open for you to review at every point in time whenever changes happen, or especially the changing needs of those you are serving occurs. Then it has to be reviewed to make adjustments. So it is not cast in stone, as it were, when it comes to integrating Internet of Things to your operations or to the access that you manage as facility manager.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We want to thank our speakers. Thank you very much for your time. Andrew, for sharing your perspective about how you manage the campus, and Dr. Olumide for sharing your knowledge on IoT and sustainability in FM. Thank you very much. Round of applause for them, please. I would like to bring the first panel of this conference up on stage to talk about education and learning. I will also request that Lara, you may not need to join the panel, but please contribute and share your perspective on how you can help us with what we want to do in Africa. I will hand over to the chair of the panel to come and present, invite his team, and also coordinate the session. Dr. David Siriba, thank you. Round of applause for
you. Yeah, thank you, and good afternoon. According to the East African time, it is eating time, EAT. And to have a session at the time we are supposed to be eating, sometimes it's a challenge. So for now, I would request that we assume that we are in Central Africa time, so that we can pay attention. And indeed, the session is supposed to last 1 hour, so we'll try to limit within that time. I have the honor. All right. So I have the honor of chairing this panel session, and I want to invite the panelists, starting with Stephen Moller. This is a clap for him. Then Washington Olima, professor. Diana Gashui. Professor Chioma Okoro. Eunice Masharia. And Sherif Khalid.
Where you want to sit?
Yeah.
Where do you want to sit?
At the end. So I will invite my panelists to introduce themselves very quickly. And maybe because of time, I would request that you, as you introduce yourself, you give us your general experience or your knowledge with regard to education and training on facility management. Thank you.
Thank you and good afternoon to the colleagues in the meeting. My name is Stephen Malloy from South African Facilities Management Association. And in terms of our role in South Africa and in terms of training, I'll just let you know what the models are that we're looking at. One of the big drivers in the last few years is vocational training, where even people that are not trained at universities or colleges are able to get a formal certificate recognition as being a certified facilities manager. And we've implemented that through a number of schools, smaller schools in South Africa that train in the 11 aspects. There's 11 core competencies that we require in terms of vocational training. And that has been quite successful in taking the industry a notch up in that regard. In terms of the formal education, universities and the like, there's a number of short courses in facilities management. Some are linked to engineering departments, some are linked to construction management, property management departments. And there's also a number of postgrad diplomas in facilities management that can be obtained. So I think the difficulty with facilities management is that it's multi-industry. It involves asset management, cost management, and various other competencies that fall between departments. And I think slowly but surely we can work towards a model where all the different requirements of facilities management can be both in universities, technicons, and vocational training as well to move forward in the industry. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Professor.
Yeah, my name is Professor Washington Olima, Professor of Land Economics in the Department of Real Estate, Construction Management and Quantity Surveying, the Faculty of Built Environment and Design. What I want to say is that training in facility management per se has not taken root very much in Kenya. Because if you realize the skills that are required, no single discipline has been tailored towards meeting those specific skills. So we have various programs spread across various faculties with some elements of skills in facilities management, but I consider them not adequate for the time being. If you look at those who are doing facility management, and I'm very happy that the Directorate of Facility Management at the University of Nairobi is headed by a QS. And if you look at what the training they go through, it may not be really adequate for purposes of sustaining good facility management practice. So I think the way forward is for the universities and other stakeholders who are dealing with the issues of facility management to come together and agree on the level of training that is required, instead of having just pieces and pieces of skills spread across various disciplines. Because as I'm talking now, if you look at those who are doing Bachelor of Real Estate, there's just one unit or course unit which is specifically tailored towards facility management, but it may not be adequate for the purposes that is intended. And therefore, I think the best way forward is to have interested stakeholders to come together, look at the skills that are required, and see how they can be tailored into the various curriculum, so that we come with a program that is specifically tailored towards facility management. And I'm happy that the Facility Management Association in Kenya is slowly taking root, and once it's registered, I think it should push the various training institutions to come together and agree on the best way that this specialized discipline should be sustained. I think for the time being I can stop there. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Diana Gashohe. I'm a lecturer at Technical University of Kenya, which is a slightly younger university than University of Nairobi, and it's based right in the heart of the city, on a street called Haile Selassie Avenue. So we have a Department of Real Estate and Property Management, and we run two courses, Bachelor of Real Estate, which is a 4-year course, and we also have a diploma course, which is 3 years, but it's mostly taught as a day course. The Bachelor of Real Estate is where we teach the element of facility management. We teach it in the 4th year as a 10-week course, and as we all know, facility management is very wide, and it's a challenge to try and teach all elements of facility management within the 10-week period. We have seen over the years, as our students have graduated and got involved in the facility management space, that there is need for further education so that they can understand the aspects of facility management. We have seen to fill in the gaps, we have seen consultants who run short courses trying to teach facility management in 1 week or 1 weekend. And that is not really viable. So it is good that we're all here and we can find ways forward to be able to streamline the education of facility management in Africa. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Prof. Chioma Okoro from the University of Johannesburg in South Africa. I have been teaching facilities management for 8 years now. And currently I research on facility management sustainability and how to sustain even the future practice of it. What we do at the University of Johannesburg is we have a facilities management module or course within the B.Tech degree for construction management students. This is in the engineering faculty where I was and where I've taught it since I taught it for 5 years. And then after getting my PhD in engineering management, I moved to College of Business and Economics where the real estate stream is based. So there now I teach facilities management aspects under the property valuation and management subject. Right now, we are in the process of developing a short learning program in facilities management, and this will cater to practitioners and graduates also who pass through the property valuation and management program and the engineering B.Tech construction management program. This is in the process of being accredited by QCTO, Quality Council for Trades and Occupations in South Africa. And I have approached Lara and Steve as well. They will make inputs, kindly make inputs to the content of this program before we roll it out in March 2024. Thank you.
Okay. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Sharif Magid. I'm Africa FM chair, and in this panel, I'm representing the American University in Cairo as I'm the program coordinator for facilities management in the extended education. We have started only a year and a half ago in teaching a course for practitioners on facilities management called Facility Management Associate, and now it's changed to Introduction to Facilities Management. We have been trying to develop more courses, and we have succeeded in having like a diploma for facilities management in the Faculty of Engineering. In this diploma, we started with 21 courses, but we only as a development, and then we shrinked it down to 6 courses so that it will be feasible for the practitioners to go through it. This diploma is talking about the main aspects that the Egyptian facility managers need right now. It talks about technology, sustainability, project management, and design and operations, and maintenance and well-being. Saying that, on the other hand, we are trying also to make awareness for the other side of the equation, which are real estate managers, property managers, and developers. So we started also to be included as facility managers in a course or a diploma for real estate. I'm teaching it there as well. The combination between, or the comparison between real estate and facility managers. To my surprise, or to my, I was happy when I did that, that most of the real estate managers were keen to know more about facility management, and it was a new aspect for them and didn't know it existed at the beginning. And they were more happy to know more about this kind of industry and how important it was for the developers as well. So thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. Again, my name is Eunice Masharia. I'm the chairperson of the Estate Agents Registration Board, which is a regulatory body for facilities managers, among others. My involvement in training, like I said, I've been a practitioner for over 30 years. My involvement in training in facilities management mostly is for postgraduate students, and we started with those. Before I went to the board, I served under the Institution of Surveyors of Kenya, which is an association that encompasses facilities managers and building surveyors, property managers, and also the surveyors themselves, and among others, land management surveyors. So it's the Association for Professionals in this sector. And I served there at the highest level of the deputy president of the institution. And before then, I served like 3 years when I was the chairperson of the training and research committee. And when I was there, we developed the curriculum, or revised the curriculum for graduates. When they come out from the university, we allow them to practice for at least 2 years, then they have to sit professional exams. So we set up the curriculum for the graduate members of the institution. And we learned that for a while. And that's part of also the development of the continuous professional development for the institution. We also developed that program when I was there. And what I was saying that apart from, once the students graduate, they need to continuously develop in the profession. And that is where we come in very handy, even at the board now, at the Estate Agents Registration Board, where our mandate is to ensure professionalism and to ensure integrity and to ensure that the services that the facilities managers are offering to the public are of high standard. So we register and annually license the persons who are practicing as facilities managers. Part of the programs that we have initiated is pre-registration programs where we prepare the graduates by taking them through the various areas that they need to be competent. And we also learn after registration programs where we run programs to keep them continuously engaged with the market and what is going on in the market. So we've realized also the gaps in the market, and that is when you come out as a graduate, you need people to work under you. Even like the director who was speaking here, he has staff that work under him, and they're not all graduates. So we have realized we need various categories of practitioners, all the way from the persons who manage our sites or our properties on a day-to-day basis. We call them caretakers. Here, I don't know what you call them in your country, but there is a person who is on site throughout. So that person needs maybe some kind of a training, but not maybe to a graduate level, but the training that fits his level. Then you need other persons who facilitate and who assist. We need technicians, we need site managers, we need all these categories. And they are not necessarily graduates. They can be certificate holders, they can be diploma holders. So what we are doing at the board is to develop curriculum standards for all the categories of practitioners that we see in the industry. And we'll be working very closely with the universities that are here at the colleges to develop that. And then we'll develop an accreditation system where we can standardize the kind of training that is going on in the country. Because right now we don't have those standards. So every university and every college that comes up with their own curriculum. So we'd like to develop a standard curriculum standards, and then also develop an accreditation system for the universities and the colleges.
Yeah, thank you very much for those introductions, which introductions actually went into responding to the next question I was to ask, perhaps because of lunchtime. We have listened to the experiences regarding facilities management from across the different countries. So the question I would want to ask, maybe again we start from this side going that way. Of course, you already gave some form of way forward in this regard. You've listened to what the rest have now said. What do you think would be the appropriate model to training, education and training in facilities management? The appropriate model. Because what I gathered is that you'll find that there is a course here within a particular program. I also heard that you find it's multidisciplinary, right? And then I heard that it is a postgraduate. So do we need to bother, for example, to have the same at the undergraduate level as a full-fledged program?
I would say the situation in especially our country in the last 2 or 3 decades, we had massive development, especially of big commercial spaces and malls. So whereas maybe before then the need for facilities management was not so distinct, now it is totally distinct. And the graduates who are coming from the universities and colleges, most of them before, like in our time, yeah, that was a long time, okay, our time. We came out and we did everything. We did property valuations, we did property management, we did facilities management, and we could afford to do that. But now the separation is so clear that we need to treat these as distinct professions. And you also find that even the graduates who are coming out, some want to take the valuation route and they are not interested in facilities management. There are those who are taking facilities management and they have totally nothing to do with the valuation. So even at the Institution of Surveyors of Kenya, we forced them to separate because they were all under one chapter, valuation and estate management surveyors. But in the last 2 years, we have forced them to separate. Now we have a chapter in valuation, which is distinct from the chapter in property management and distinct from the chapter of estate agency. So the specialization now is coming out very clear, and I think then it is ripe for the universities and colleges to realize that and develop a course that suits the market demand. And that's what I would say. Looking at training at before, looking at training during, we were speaking with some of the students during the break and they were saying, how can we get involved? And I think they start to get involved in the market as soon as they enter university, not in their 3rd year or in their 4th year. Then training after graduation. I think that also we need to put a lot of emphasis. There's a lot of new things that are coming out every day, new technologies, new laws, new regulations. They need to be updated in these areas. So I think we need to look at training the whole way. Before training, during the courses, and after the whole cycle all the way. And I'm saying we need to differentiate the several playing field and prepare people to be able to perform their duties at those levels.
Thank you. I don't know whether...
Okay. Thank you. We have a different approach in the AUC. We have approached the construction management or construction department, and they didn't know much about facility management. And what we told them to do is that we can introduce facility management courses, but this is not enough. It's not only about training and courses and so on. So we introduced something else that we had one of the 2 or 3 or biggest facility management companies in Egypt, and then they offered like on-the-job training during summer training. We have 2 or 3 approaches in this thing, only 3 weeks training, or sometimes we have like a 2-month training with the student gets paid and gets to pass on all the categories of facility management in this company. And another one is that it's only 4 to 8 weeks that you shadow someone in the company. And in this aspect, then the student, undergraduate student, before he graduates, he knows everything about facility management and all the categories, and he can choose or she can choose if they want to pursue this career or not. And hopefully, like so the enthusiasm and interest from their doctors, I can assure that these students will be also interested in this. We started this program last summer, and we had about maybe 10 or 15 students doing this kind of on-job training.
Thank you. In addition to hands-on experience, which I was going to say, I think the level-based training will work, which Prof also mentioned. So particularly, those at the entry level, what do they need to know? Those at the second or intermediate phase, what do they need to know? Then experts who can then train others. I think if even IFMA can have that broken down, that will be fine, so that if someone gets certification from one of their programs, they are able to train. But then when do you enter the facilities management sector? Well, how can you enter? Where do you begin? So I think the SLP even that we're developing, we're going to look closely at that, and also try to invite technology experts. Given technological advances these days, we invite them to give the hands-on training on how to use some of these technologies. There's a lot of technology around devices and appliances or applications that we can use in the practice. Okay, some of them AI we've mentioned, machine learning also, just to be able to predict needs of a facility. You don't always need to go there as well. You can use drones. So there are a lot of things that we can look at. Then we've mentioned multidisciplinary focus. The other thing is community-based facilities management. If we can train facilities managers to look beyond what is going on within the organization and the impact on the outsiders, so those visiting the facility, and then activity interventions, what will you put in place just to know when you're visiting here, these are what you should look out for, these are what you should expect. As we had Benjamin introducing us to the safety rules this morning, it should be sort of on a broader base, so that the community can know what organizations are doing and also participate in such programs or interventions. Then collaboration with industry is very important. I actually accepted to attend this conference so that I could meet people from the industry, practitioners. Being a researcher, we sit on the laptops and review what other people have written, and we have little contacts with the practitioners. So collaboration between industry and academia or researchers is very important to get exposed to what is happening out there and the market's needs, like Madam spoke about in the morning, and the local context as well. Then these could also be distance learning programs, so that wherever you are, whether it's rural areas or far countries that you cannot get exposed to international best practices, I think distance learning programs can also assist, especially with places where we have disparities with technology. We can just come up with solutions on how to navigate those challenges. Thank you.
All right, thank you. In terms of the students who undertake the bachelor's degree, a lot of them don't appreciate FM while they are studying. It's only when they get into the industry and they're told to practice FM is when they realize I need more knowledge. So I think the model would be we teach them the basics first, and then for those who would be interested in pursuing a career in FM, and we have diverse professionals, engineers, quantity surveyors, we've seen them here. We can be able to tailor something that they can come back to and enhance their knowledge either in the short term, in terms of short courses on the specific aspects of FM, or also on long term in terms of postgraduate qualifications. So thank you.
Yeah, I think I tend to agree with Diana, what she's saying, because there are so many areas or disciplines that touch across FM. The best thing will be to allow those who have graduated, whether you have graduated with a Bachelor of Real Estate, Engineering, Construction Management, quantity surveying, to come. Those who are interested can now come back to the university for postgraduate, either postgraduate diploma in facility management, so that we can actually instill much more skills on those who are really, really interested in pursuing that line. I think that should be the best way out. Instead of having bachelor's degree in facility management alone, that may also be a bit restrictive. So the best one is to consider coming up with a postgraduate diploma for those who have graduated in other disciplines to come and now get further training and programs in facility management. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, in terms of training, there's also a need, and perhaps there's different models that we can look at. There's a university model, or post-grad university model, which is maybe good for your facilities management professionals and your facilities management practitioners. At a supervisory level, there's also a need for courses that does not require a degree, and that would involve how to manage service levels, how to manage people, various types of technical and non-technical people, how to manage call centers. And that route through maybe smaller training institutions can also be looked at. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I don't have any more questions from my end. I want to open it up to the audience. I'm sure you have a question or a remark to make. And now it's over to you.
All right, okay. All right. I would like maybe any of you panelists to respond to this question. I think we all know about the development of artificial intelligence, and most of the professions like quantity surveying, architecture, the talk and the debate has been on how much it will affect us. And there are people that have said at some point all these professions will be wiped out. How much fear do you have in you that one day you wake up and you'll be reporting to a robot?
I can give my opinion. I believe technology needs human intervention. And so I don't think there would really be a time when the artificial intelligence will take over our jobs. However, there is an advantage to artificial intelligence. It's giving us a more effective way to operate. And so I think we need to be able to embrace it. And if we're able to move at the same pace, then it will make our work much easier. That's my opinion.
I'd like to request, sorry, I'd like to request that you take all the questions at the same time. I have about 4 or 5 people in the audience who want to ask. So let's take notes, then we can come back to the panel. Thank you.
So I really appreciate it, and I really liked the discussion here. I think there is a difference between what we discussed here, between vocational education and vocational training, and indeed a more tactical and strategic level of facility management. This requires different type of trainings. Facility management is an incredible industry, and I maybe want to ask the question here, who has actually studied facility management here at a university or a technical university level? Or a master's level, who has done that? Not a lot. So there's a clear need for education in facility management, because what we've heard here this morning already is that there's a true lack of skilled professionals. There's another problem, I think, that is how to attract people to our industry. Creating awareness of what facility management is, and this is also something that we've heard from the panel, it is so diverse, facility management. It touches upon so many different aspects. To make people understand what facility management is. I work for IFMA. My family and my friends still don't understand what I'm doing. So it is very hard to explain what facility management is, let alone encourage young people to become facility managers and do that as a career of choice. But it's a beautiful industry, and the impact that we have is enormous, and I think we really need to work on creating that awareness. Also, as facility managers here, be proud of what we do, and speak up, tell what we do, what impact we have. Communicate within your own organization as well what you do, because during the tea break we had a small conversation around that. Usually people don't know what facility managers do until there's a problem. If everything runs smoothly, we are just behind the scenes and nobody knows. So really making sure that people understand what we do, create that awareness. And IFMA has developed the 11 core competencies of facility management with experts and professors across the globe. I really liked also what's been said within the panel, a collaboration between practitioners, companies, researchers, but also from a government perspective. Because there as well, if our profession, for example, is officially recognized, that creates a whole different, let's say, motivation for people to follow an FM education. And I think there's still also a role to play for any of the associations present here to really make sure that also on a government level, they understand that this is a profession that is extremely important, that has impact, that has value, and that should be recognized. So, thank you.
Okay, yeah, mine, I think Laura has covered it a bit. I believe a number of facilities managers here would admit to the fact that it's very difficult to run with that alone. You know, you always need a facilities coordinator, you know, working, reporting to you and so on. And there is need to have those short courses, you know, which can fill the gap for those that are reporting to you. My other question probably to the panel was how easy can it be to have a facilities master's degree that goes for only a year? The reason I'm saying that is I read in the FMJ, the past one, young people are not looking at courses that take a long time nowadays. And so, of course, with a master's degree, you know, there's credibility that you'd have. So it's a win-win kind of thing. But one of the panelists did mention that it's a lot of, you know, material to cram in one, you know, in a very short space of time. But my question is, how easy can it be to have it in a year?
Thank you very much. I'm called Emmanuel from Kigali. I'm actually very happy that most professionals present here, they can really understand and support the FM. Initially, that was the challenge we initially had. Personally, I have been in the industry for 7 years. I did a diploma from Cape Town University on facility management. But one of the challenges we have been having, and that's actually my question to the panelists, is that people try not to accept facility management as a profession. So one of the vivid examples I would give you is when Dr. Muko Balongin was in Kigali recently, he was trying to explain about the facility management, and most professionals were present. But one of the challenges we had, or one of the interesting story, was some people have established themselves and registered themselves as an association of brokers and estate agents. But now, these were strongly advocating, saying facility management is inclusive. You can imagine now the story we had, or what the doctor was thinking about. Absolutely, facility management cannot be under brokerage or real estate agent. But now the debate still continues. So my question now to a panelist is, how do you think, what would be the minimum days or months for somebody at least to be trained and get a certificate? I think one of you mentioned Italy, I don't know, the NS. You see, people are trying to distort facility management area or profession. Some company comes on, trains 2 days, 3 days, they issue out a certificate. These people with now the certificate, they want now to go outside there and become professionals or practitioners of facility management. I think as academicians, and you, as you earlier mentioned, is that we need also now to add this voice on differentiating what is the minimum certification would somebody have, so that at least he or she has achieved the basic knowledge in facility management. Personally, I don't accept that somebody attends a 3-day and is given a certificate, and he or she assumes is qualifying to be a facility manager. I think that was my question. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you very much.
Can you hear me? Yes. Yep. Okay. Hello? Yes. Better. Okay, it's more of a comment really, because I was just hearing what different views as to how we can approach training in FM. But I was also thinking that we did a skills gap analysis in 2021, which we had a lot of support from IFMA from. I think there are some lessons to be picked up from there. But I also think that we are now 3 years down the line, and conversations such as this demand that, you know, we should have at least an annual survey to gauge where we are. And because one of the things that Madam Eunice referred to was the soft skills. That's a really important aspect of anyone, because a lot of us would have had some form of training or another, but the soft skills apparently are the most really crucial in the workplace. So how do we integrate that in the training and development? And also, is there an opportunity for blended learning? Because that alone supports the soft side of things. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. My name is Steven. My concern goes out to the people in the academia. I realized there is a total mismatch between what is taught in the class and even in the real world. I personally did land economics from Makerere University, went into the world, practiced FM for like 5 years, but then I realized that I needed more skills. I realized that I was doing a lot of construction project management. I was forced to go back to the master's in construction management. So my question is, how often do you review these courses? I've seen my sister from Technical University complaining about these short courses. I'm also bombarded by emails from some company from South Africa called Liberty. Come train for FM, train for FM. But these guys come out because there is a skills gap in the job market. When you go to the job market, it's demanding for something totally different from what these guys, especially at undergraduate, are studying. Nowadays, we have things like ESG, we have stuff like space planning. All this stuff is not taught in school. Facility managers are quantity surveyors. When I was studying, we studied with quantity surveying guys up to I think like second year. When they began the real QS work, we were kicked out. But again, we manage complex projects. We manage renovations, we manage like refurbishments. So my question is, how often do you review these courses so that they are relevant in the job world? Thank you.
Thank you. I will just add a short perspective about University of Lagos. University of Lagos runs a master's program in facilities management, but in partnership with the industry. Meaning that some of us who are professionals, practitioners in the industry who are, participating in delivering, seminars and lectures. I'm involved in developing, actually, even the curriculum for the university. We've added 2 things to that program since it started. One, we do site visits to take the students out to see a live project so that they understand practical facility management. Second, we're doing public lectures. We bring professionals who have managed, people like him, who have managed major projects in the industry to come and share their experience and expertise so that students can learn. The next we're doing is to create internship. We are next year going to introduce a 3 to 6 months internship program. We're currently working on the final stages. So that as part of the program, it's a 2-year program. It's still going to be 2 years. We're going to just walk back the coursework and add the 3 to 6 months as a practical component so that nobody graduates from the program without having a practical experience of facility management. The experience we've had, 80% of the students are QSs and engineers who have no clue about FM. Some are either, maybe 20% are working in the FM space, the remaining 80% are looking for the next phase. So they are current engineers, they are current QSs who are looking for a new professional, wanted to take the course. And we're trying to see how we can help also the industry, because some of the feedback we've gotten from some of our students, even the people in the industry who have employed our students, some of them have had challenges to ensure that they move from that class mentality to practice mentality. In my company, for instance, there was a time we were making it as a point of duty to hire 3 interns from my class every year and give them opportunity to improve themselves and develop and move into the industry. So these are some of the ideas that I think we can play with. And then Maria has mentioned the fact that we need to go back to the study we've done and see where we've gone, what more we need to do, and work with institutions. For us, as an association of facility management in Africa, we're happy to have all the universities on the panel. We would engage you. Professor Kole Osho and Professor Luke are the 2 guys in charge of our training and research. They will come, knock at your door and see how we can support you. And luckily, we have IFMA to support us to ensure that we respond to this demand. There's demand, there's requirement. It's not just the job gap that is the problem. It's also the quality of the graduates that are coming out of these programs. So that eventually when you hire people or himself or anybody in the industry, they are confident that yes, they are well trained. And I think we also need to address the question about what makes somebody a certified facility manager apart from going through the IFMA program or any other certification program within the continent. If you don't want to go to the 2000, Lara is already working on crashing the cost for the FM programs in IFMA. Pro FM is also there trying to crash the cost. But at our university levels, how do we make the courses we're doing recognizable so that when people leave the universities with the certificates, they are sure they are employable? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I think the questions we've received, I don't know, we still have one more. All right, please.
Hello, everyone. My name is Mora Perpetual. I'm a student at this university. I'm a third-year student of real estate. And in my studies, I know that I can venture into 3 fields, that is estate agency, property valuation, or property management. And the first time I heard about facilities management, I was in my 2nd year. And it sounded a lot like property management to me. And I really don't know what's the major difference between facilities management and property management, because also in property management, there is repairs, maintenance, safety, and all that. So I would really like to know what the difference is, because from the way you've been talking, it looks like something interesting, something that I would like to go into. Yes.
Thank you. Perhaps if, we still have one more. Okay. If time will allow, I think we'll have,
You can talk. Okay. Yeah, my name is Wendy Reynolds. Wendy Reynolds from Ghana. Yeah, I've been listening to the panelists talk about facility management. And in one of the presentation, I had mass production of facility managers. I did building technology at KNUST. That was my first degree. And then I did my MSc, I did construction project management. And looking at, with the experience I had, building, construction management, facility management, I feel it's kind of similar, because with project management, you are exposed to more like services, building services, plumbing works, HVAC and all. You have a fair idea of those, not really in depth, but you are exposed to those subjects. And construction project management is also, so I feel being a facility manager should be a managerial position, more like not that you must produce them and then you just throw them into the workspace for them to work. I think they should be professionals. They should have the experiences. So with me, I feel I have more experience. I know much about. I'm currently the resident engineer at the Office of the President. I manage everything at the Office of the President for Ghana. We do everything. But I think I'm doing well, even though I didn't study facility management. Yeah, and I feel like with my experience, the experience I had with building technology, with construction management, I am able to manage excesses. So I think facility management should be probably a master's program, but not just like a continuous development program where people feel like they need to just enter first year, you come out, I want to be a manager. Yeah, I think that's my thoughts. Thank you.
Maybe one last one there.
Good afternoon. My name is Catherine Kariuki from the Department of Real Estate Construction Management and Quantity Surveying. And mine is really like a comment. I think it's sometimes lack of awareness, because I remember we trained, at least I know one facilities manager, and we trained her for masters, I think in the year 1999, and she went on to work with the Cooperative Bank of Kenya and later to work with Kenya Power. And what she did, and this was her own initiative, was to register under the Royal Institution of Surveyors for their course in facilities management. So she's a trained facilities manager. And I know she's shared sometimes when we've had conferences, she's come and spoken to our students. And I think because we have a collaborative venture with RICS, we've also gotten our students, some of the undergraduate, to register as student members for RICS. And once they do that, then it opens you to many of their pathways in terms of training. And that, I think, is a model to take, and not to always say, universities have to offer the course in facilities management, or we have continuous, and RICS, once you become a member, I would imagine you have to have your CPD points, every year. So let us look at what is available, and be aware of what is available, even as universities try to train on facilities management, even if not as a degree program, but maybe as a postgraduate diploma. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I think because of time, we can now limit the comments and questions at that. Now, to my panelists, I want you to do it at random. Now, it's not going to be this or that way. At random, respond to any particular question raised, your comment, and also, if possible, your final remarks. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I think I'll respond to how easy is it to do it within 1 year. At universities, just borrowing what Madam Catherine said, at universities, we have programs that are accredited. Okay? In South Africa, is the Department of Higher Education and Training and the Council for Higher Education. So there are credit hours, there are units that you need to cover within specific hours. So you can't just choose to do a coursework master's, for example, in 1 year. You have to cover certain subjects and then do the research aspects, the minor research aspects in the second year. Unless we have a master's research program, full research, then that is possible within 1 year, which we don't have right now, actually. Then SLPs, I'll answer also the second question on how long is it before you get a certificate. Short learning programs can range from 6 weeks to 6 months to 1 year. The one that I'm currently developing is for 6 months, so it's for a semester. Then we'll do it over block weeks, 6 subjects or 6 topics over those 6 months, and then they do the assessment and get a certificate from the QCTO. Thank you, Chair.
I think most of the maybe more of comments from the plenary than questions, but from a regulator's perspective, I would say what you need is people who are effective, and I think that needs to come out clearly, that the graduates we are releasing from the universities are ready for the job market, and I think there are some things we can do to review our programs, including what you have said, working with the industry, so that the students start getting exposed as early as possible, so that they start developing work ethics, they start developing soft skills, they know how to relate with people at the workplace. By the time they leave, they are ready to continue, as opposed to, like, I think our current program, we only released them in the 3rd year. And some students were asking, can we get letters for internship even before? I think that is something that the university can consider, so that the students coming out are ready for the job market by the time they finish their degree courses. And also, I cannot overemphasize the need for soft skills. It is the make or break in the industry. When you come out, if you're working for corporations, they're looking at the bottom line. Anything else you are saying, if it doesn't speak to the bottom line, then you're lost. And also at the government level and also corporation, if you are not sitting at the table where strategies are being made, if you're not sitting where policies are being made, if you're not at that level being represented, then you can keep making noise down here at the bottom. Nothing will change. Nothing will change at all. Right now, we are saying that we have been excluded from the affordable housing program, and it's a big program in our country now. But it's because we were not represented at the policy level. And at that point, I would like to be excused so that I can rush and meet my permanent secretary, my principal secretary, where we are discussing how the facilities managers and properties managers are going to be included in that program. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Eunice. Take the conversation to the PS, and we'll be glad to hear some action. Thank you. So we have some online audience. I don't know from our online audience whether we have any comments or questions.
We have about 73 people online. If you have any questions or comments, this is the time. I'm not sure anybody has anything at this time, so panel, you can round up. Thank you.
All right. Unless, okay, maybe there is one more here. Oh, is it? Oh. Will you say that? Francis, you say? All right.
Can I just make very quickly, yes. Just to answer the comment about the training that is being conducted for 2 or 3 days. We realize because there is a gap, there are people who've come up, and these are business people. They're not really trainers. And so when somebody comes and asks them about training, they quickly put together something for 2 or 3 days. So once we're able to bridge that gap, then people will know where to look for additional education.
So there was a question about AI, and it's not a threat. You cannot go to AI and say, please build me a project or a building. AI will not take over our practice, thank you, but someone who knows AI will take it over. So you have to be skilled in AI. So this is one of the things that I wanted to say. Annual survey has gone, but annual survey, as far as I remember, it talked mainly about having the gap, or filling the gap of education and research, which is what we're trying right now in this kind of panels and in this kind of conferences. One of the other things that we need to fill is having more awareness, so people get more awareness, and this can be also done by training. For the young student here, you said that you don't know the gap or the difference between property management and facility management. Facility management is more about people and the built environment and the physical buildings, but most important is people. It talks about people, place, and process. Property management is to take the revenue out of these kind of facilities, to rent it out and to have more profit out of it. So this is the main differences between both, but they have lots of similarities as well. It's not, there's no distinct difference between them. I think this is good for me.
Yeah, thank you. So I think that is it.
We have a comment online or a hand, sorry. Please go ahead. Ifeoluwa.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. I want to start by thanking the panelists and the organizer. It has really been insightful. We need more of this. My question goes to us. We've all been, one of the major challenges we have all seen is knowledge gap and its availability, which has been a consistent discussion in different fora. So my question goes to us. What is AFMPN doing to, apart from the university level, because why I'm asking this question is 80% of youth now are engaged online through Udemy, through Coursera and co. what are we doing to make this content also available on this platform so that young people can also have access to it? Even if it is paid on LinkedIn, you could hardly find FM content in itself as big as LinkedIn is, and you only have few on Udemy and few on Allison. And we're in a digital world where a lot of people do a lot of online learning. So my question is, what is AFM doing to make sure there is a more availability of this information online so that we can start engaging them, even as far back as going to the secondary school and primary school level for career development to talk about this. So that's my question. Secondly, is I just want to appeal that there is more collaboration of associations of FM in Africa. I'm hearing that Kenya is coming up. We have Egypt, we have South Africa. Maybe it would be good to have these people come in and also discuss on some of their development to collaborate across board. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll respond from your second question. African Facility Management Association enables that conversation to happen. We have Egypt man represented here, South Africa represented here. We have Sharif from Egypt. We have Uganda, we have Botswana, and we're encouraging other countries. We have Rwanda. We're just working on setting up the FM association in Rwanda. So I agree. The conversation goes on. The first question about learning and development. Currently, the board is working to expand our online presence to ensure that we have a content on our website for FM education. And as we develop more systems and more content, we're going to be uploading on that. We are going to also be working with the institutions, as we talked about, partnering with IFMA and other bodies to see where we can develop content that is related to some of the challenges we see, especially most of us in Africa, most of the countries are at the entry level. If you go to some of the countries, it is pure handyman service that they do, and they call FM. And so there's need for us to start somewhere. We are not at the same level with Europe and America, but we're taking the right steps, and with everybody involved, all the national associations, we believe we're going to get there. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you to the panel. Please, round of applause to our panel. It's been an exciting conversation around education and training, and we hope that we'll take it further than this session. Thank you very much. Thank you, everybody, for your attention. We know it's past your lunch time, as has been said. We're ready for lunch. We're also going to be very gradual with it. We want you to walk through up here. You take a meal ticket from our ushers, then you go to 5th floor, where I am now, actually, and then have your lunch. Bon appetit. Enjoy your lunch. We'll see you back in 45 minutes. Thank you. 45 minutes from now. Yeah, 3 o'clock. I hope you're enjoying the conversation. I understand we are very fast. Yes. Yeah, I know. Yeah. A lot of, one of the things we're trying to do is to push it. Yes, yes. So we can have more conversations around it.
is where you spend most of your time, baby. So many signs say he had to need perfect design, baby, yeah. Wangu ni wewe, kienda milele ntangoja, najua kwa wengine takukosa, kubali Mwenyezi, tuzeke pamoja, takupenda milele. I love you like I never loved in my life, so love me like you never loved in your life. Whenever we're together, oh life so nice. Kama sijakupenda then I never loved. I love you like I never loved in my life, so love me like you never loved in your life. Whenever we're together, oh life so nice. Kama sijakupenda then I never loved in my life. I thought I was fine, baby, until love came and opened my eyes, baby, yeah. Perfect design, yeah. You came to me right on time, baby, yeah. And you know you did, and you know you did. Wangu ni wewe, ukienda milele ntangoja, najua kwa wengine takukosa, bali Mwenyezi, tuzeke pamoja, takupenda milele. I love you like I never loved in my life, so love me like you never loved in your life. Whenever we're together, oh life so nice. Kama sijakupenda then I never loved. I love you like I never loved in my life, so love me like you never loved in your life. Whenever we're together, oh life so nice. Kama sijakupenda then I never loved. I love you like I never loved in my life, so love me like you never loved in your life. Whenever we're together, oh life so nice. Kama sijakupenda then I never loved in my life.
selector is in and ready to give you an unforgettable experience.
niko watu sikuka kwa jam, ni mitu nachagua kurap. Trust me, commercial hits ninazo kwa chemba, na kama kupandisha matempa na ma R&B unaenda kujam kabla tudai. Kitu nataka suseme, kitu nataka supewe, kitu nataka sutry.
Just say realist.
Mwaka mzima kuna show, sana takaji kaki kuki, renta ishuki, na mimi ni mzazi, vitu sihitaji, zina feel stupid, so sikupi mziki uhitaji. Kwa fupi, chini si stop, mimi niko juu vile wezi imagine. Watu wanataka home, nitoe wapi? Mimi mwenye na shangai rona joke tendaji. Vitu kangaro kwanza nishatwa kwa budget. Sijali kwa Grammy, so my pictures natokaje, madeni za ma-supply. Grown men sawana gwaya, pia mi naomba ni bendi chance kake msawana haya. Ulimjaji sa unamwita menta tu kuna pesa kwa umalaya. Shingo ina meremeta na ka-influencer wa mawaya. Ni wana simu kinita bash na kuja na team, na look na clash na sura ya dim, na watu na trust ni watu na shit. Kakuna cash ndo nashika sim, kaniko wax na kuanga machine. Nalipa tax na nalipa bill, ndo mana ni black alafu ya sin. I'm a youngin wanna need mentorship, more than wanna need censorship. Kwa street mini evangelist, wanna serve team in a self-confidence. Success hit by accident, now see focus here past events. Na rule book jua too musty bend, the good book said don't judge me man. But top 3 mini number 1 to 3, of course hii city kona love for me. Na brochi kitu kama destiny, masofti ndo wagawa loud vizi. Kaunioni, hata misikuoni, but ifiki jioni, kauni sikire dioni. Mini can news, we hata na miwani, hata na binocular, bado misikuoni. Fake my news, my lifestyle choices the headline news. Why kwa na jam niki headline shows. Grown ass men complain like hoes, kusain wasania in a deadline bro. Yeah, I'll do it when I do it. Mwaka mzima kuna show, acha tuziashe Kilimanjaro tu ndo itapita, hii hainese. Ama kolabo kati ya mimi na South East Finest. Hata kwa mtaro utanipata na design. Unfala mgani ane kama mngari kwa list juu ya Ferrari. Ana degree au ni journalist tu journalist. Nasikia wakiuliza ule boy wetu alienda wapi, amepotea kazi ile mbegu watu walipanda na kanyari. Na nasikia inasemekana ati rap zangu kamna mkazo na ile utamu ya rege mama. Maudinari wananikubali na hata ati hawezekana. Wale upenda sauti yangu na iko wale usengenyana mama. Jana wako wamepotea, ni masikio tu ya anatoa. Ndugu zake wakiendelea, mwenye spekeane za mukon. Kimaisha melegea, ingawa aliponi ya kitoboa, bado tuwazidi kumwombea amina. Sonangianza ya ofisi, sinanjana jua mpishi. Sijafanya kazi ya ofisi, sijailala kasi ja dishi. Sijarap kitu kato kwa 6 hivi. Trust me, siezi rasmi, miaka niache mziki miaka 50. Nikirudi bado na crash nyenye niko fast me. Nani ya party na nguo rasmi, pigo party au kakikati. Napiga mic check tu niko party, na niko night shift. Nikuwa busy, sikuwa najificha. Clearly you rappers missed your teacher. Vitu mnaandika, zinachuma picha. Nkiulisingi hata kuwafundisha, sauti nasikiani. Don't waste your time wishing you're too proud, my baby. Too proud to wish they had an easy way out. Let times get tough so they remember you're a blessing. My life is good, they won't forget to say Naulizwa mbona niliacha mziki, ati nilikuwa mkali juu ya mic na namisiwa na mashabiki. Niliacha game mapema hata kabla refa atapiga filimbi. Bila kwa heri ati walitukia tu kuna lezo moja imbi. Samahani, nimepotea, shukrani kwa wale wamenifikiria. Hizo miaka zote nimekuwa missing, lakini kwa kitu hamjaniambia. Kani ningebaki bado ungekuwa na taki ya kusikia nikiwaimbia. Ama by saa ingekuwa mnanifanya vile mnafanya mapioneer. Story kwa media ati nimetapa, niko juu ya madawa na hangaiko. Show nikote mali mbada buka mukate crazy I'm nice. It's not that serious, rap me hobby. Bila mziki bado na mange ngekukalia, singekuandalia kusikia tinaita. Nairobi ambia ni kama sijifeel sana. Wewe ni mgeni sikia kwanza tunakupenda. Ukikakaa tutatoka na wewe hivyo ndo kuenda. Mimi ule mgeni alikaa siku mbili tu. Sikukaa siku mingi nikuache nafasi ya kuchoka na mimi.
Instagram, Facebook, SoundCloud, Mixcrate, Mixloud, and Vimo. And just say, realist.
Just in case I quack here, shim forever, top tier, flow near, bonka, Bosnia, boss me, I can show no fear. Took near 10 years off, nika prove, meaning deadly of course, sijai lose, kuna plenty of sauce, mina move, design wezi copy. Shoot ka Kobe ni true, this shit ni hobby, I'm too good to be lonely, assume, niko na kikosi, assume, mita moja itoshi, online gossip, aina do, kitaikun, but all eyes on me, I'm who, God blessed, I'm sorry, too old for that whole shit, too cool to co-sign your shit, too busy, so need no sleep, too easy, so si choky, stay fly, miss ya ma ostrich, midlife, na spend ya coast, bitch, inika ile smile ya go kish, ni chafu na ume notice, popular, like your dope dealer, shit chiller, so isa how jina beat killer, in cheki, John Cena kona dready, top nigga kuna kesi, bismillah bonya freshi, sapani ama MC, kwangu nyinkazi nyepesi, neza shika bitka anyway, meza wembe kauna wibu, ule anatafta msekami, ujue anajipea tu maumivu bure, usijisumbue, hakuna mwingine professional wa kitu ile, amtaisomeshwa kwa hizi shule, amtaisongesha mini ule mse. Wait, hold on.
Laying down all the hottest jams. It's none other than Kemi Selector. Yeah. Listen, feel, meditate, lose yourself.
Yeah, glory super God. Lawama shetani na bangi. Mamemba urudi home na hope. Pasta nenda na ganji. Small talk you kwa job. Ubaya ni ya ilipangi. Nime-maintain na jisikizia msinita kama ni kanji. Ini miracle baby. Naona ni kama ni dea. Mali nilikuwa misikuwa tana care. Pembe zao zikaanza kumea. Sawa kinitaja na kuanga aware. Kloto na tafta neza wapea. Lakini sitaki so siwapei. Watalan kujitegemea. Usiconfuse ila ujua jina kuona nayo na confidence. Kama usha change na unapewa lift. Sijuta kwa nani ukibai kibend. Kama usha forgive usiwire revenge. Kama wezi swim usidive depend. Wezi convince unafanya kazi. Mimi niko kazi wezi alikutrend. I'm dope like who you imagine you're dope like who you discussing at home like take over game bila cosign most of my day niko offline na live life on a rap FYI sina WhatsApp but kuna wifi na kuna bag so glory super god lawama shetani na bangi mamemba urudi home na hope pasta nenda na ganji small talk you kwa job ubani ya ilipangi ume-maintain na jisikizia msinita kama ni kanji sijaidu cocaine, sijaidu nga vein mokoro hafai kucomplain tangu niende solo si life imechange style iko jota katisho ni plain unasaka dono na tiko ni fame ubaya tu mwisho ni pain mmetii tangu ninge game na hapo tundo mna remain society kwa hapa ina blame shida za society kwa meditate na kitu society na itati main ni kwepuka poverty na hizo machain nafunga watu nya nazo kwa brain na tusio za chuma mnaona ni game mnaogopa kukua irrelevant hiyo mini shati train glory mupe God la mama shetani na banga mamemba urudi home na hope pasta na ganja
www.mixcrate.com/JoseRealist.
Yeah. Mini senior nafaa kuwa na deputy pedi wako anajua nina pedigree in fact unafaa kuwa unasimama ni keti gavaita sani hata mamadha vibeti hizi hata kuibia walenzo kidee.
From smooth grooves to pumping beats, Soundsphere has it all. This is Soundsphere Entertainment.
Mini senior nafaa kuwa na deputy pedi wako anajua nina pedigree in fact unafaa kuwa unasimama ni keti gavaita sani hata mamadha vibeti hizi hata kuibia walenzo kidedi mwizi anapunguza jama kidedi hizo ndo vitu marapa watendi kwa makariani panganga na deni hakuna mtu anasema kweli watu wanalipo mapeni kama vela na makaveli ini msomo fika people daily mengaria watu for long paka sina boy na boss mpaka umeanza tu kulong for watu nangaria iko pizo throne na siazi mekaliwa swangi kwa zone na kwanga kwa kaliba fulani ya form mayezi matiwa na joy itakuwa long kabla mumachua msini try na jichua risasi yasimamishwa gina kifua kisasi ilipishwa gina ratili na kama customer fulani anasumbua mimi najijua. Nimeconfirm, mimi najijua. Mitaa zimetiti, mimi nachafua. Zao ziko down, sisi tuko tour. Mitaa zimetiti, mimi nachafua. Sema sawa, watch ndo vile nasikia. Watch ndo vile nasikia. Watch ndo vile nasikia. Sema sawa, watch ndo vile nasikia. Watch ndo vile nasikia. Watch ndo vile nasikia. Okay, you see, only what they let you see. Name advice, see my juicy. Don't fuck up to your ganji. Don't act like you're so holy. Judgment yako ikuponyi. Ukiomoka asubuhi usikosha sota by jioni. Mina slota microphone. Go missing amnioni. Nikinyamaza jua ni kupromising katigoni. Been polishing skills of mine ni astonishing kamilioni. Na inakaongeka mzinga if you are wishing failure on me. Yeah, mauraru watatu jatuna. Ngata gari yangu na kunyo. Defense na attack na chituma. Garantido baki na kuma. Kama satuna asi na tuma. Plus una kiuno hadi na juma. Umetisha and I'm sure you know. Waitisha mpaka wa jam. Na beat ni ya my nigga Sam. Yeah, drum zako zinakubali. Pia roho yako inakubali. Iflo ina uhodari flani. Uonangi mtani ndo naona nani hapo ndo daktari. Dere wa trailer tagonya Ferrari amen. Mimi najijua. Nimeconfirm. Mimi najijua. Mitaa zimetiti, mimi nachafua. Zao ziko down, sisi tuko tour. Mitaa zimetiti, mimi nachafua. Sema sawa, watch ndo vile nasikia. Watch ndo vile nasikia. Watch ndo vile nasikia. Sema sawa, watch ndo vile nasikia. Watch ndo vile nasikia. Watch ndo vile nasikia.
Fungulia TV uone vijana wako wakifanya mambo ndani ya mitambo mama.
Kemi Selector.
Sauti tamu kwenye radio. Nimefika hapa juu ya maombi yako. Hata kama sijafika niendako. I know I'm on my way. Napenda ukitabasama. I hope I make you even prouder. Now zidishiwe yake uone nikivuka boda. As I get older, lean on my shoulder. Umenifunza mengi. I remember when you told me don't you let nobody ever change who you are. Keep running hata nikianguka. Straight out of heaven malaika. Upendo wako hoja waibadilika. You say take your time while you always in a hurry. Be a star, let it shine, tell your story. You're a 10 over 10, you should know that. Hawanioni vile unavyoniona mama. I'm gonna conquer the world with my guitar. Siku moja nitakuwa star. Na bado I will be your star. I will be your star.
Life si fair already. Tukikompare kwenda uni au kwa millionaire na dread. Utajiambia hii moja ikui. Passion haitaipesi. Uache ball utaikwa Messi. Hata ujitolea iwezi. So niambie ni kasi madreama. Wali ngeonaje mapenzi na unapimaje wazimu. Kujua dream yangu ni crazy. Just needed someone to believe in me. I'm living to be more than just another boring eulogy. Na siwezi toka bila kuacha jina. You'll remember me. My name will live forever. May our memories together be as nice as sunny weather days. Like your energy, I'm grateful and I'm proud of me. Siamini nacha legacy man. Ile meli nenda ni kama ndivyo ilifaa kwenda na kasi hivyo basi meli ingezama. Ile meli nenda ni kama ndivyo ilifaa kwenda na kasi hivyo basi meli ingezama.
I'm gonna conquer the world with my guitar. Na bado najua siku moja nitakuwa star. Na bado I will be.
Follow Kemi Selector on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and Snapchat at Kemi Selector. KEMY
Gonna do my job. Stress enough kukuwa na vice. Mbona na try kuzi high. Mbona na try kuzi high. Too much on my mind. Stress enough in my account. Just enough kukuwa na vice. Mbona na try kuzi high. Mbona na try kuzi high, baby. Yeah. Too close to the edge. Usini push, niko too close to the edge. Mapala douche wanataka kunitest. Nataka roof ya convertible nitoe. Kichwa nje ndo hizi makuki zipoe. Miliona tu nisinyoe, nyimnaona tu nisioe. Tenda mbali tafuta ganji kauko na mzuka isipoe. Kolaki kan kolaki sisi wote tu tuenjoy. Nikishika kakitu tukashe, mujificha tukafe. Mambo ya mziki nenda nywe. Jana jua mali ametweko kwapi wewe. Kwa kupewa na kungoja wa kupewa akupe. Gonna do much on my mind. Just enough in my account. Stress enough kukuwa na vices. Bona na try kuzi high. Bona na try kuzi high. Too much on my mind. Stress enough in my account. Just enough kukuwa na vices. Bona na try kuzi high. Bona na try kuzi high. Eka kio kitaka kuteka pretender. Unafuata check sana, cheki na kuchenga. Unageuza next sana, wife wanapoeka. Unapanda stage na unawoga inakuhepa. Unaficha ndom ndani ya socks unatekwa. Unapata form unajipox bila pressure. Unaenda bash unaona moli zina mezo. Unaona nyash unajua quality na tesa, yeah. Tesa, yeah. 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 Too close to the edge, too close to the edge. Ushini push, niko too close to the edge. Mafala douche, wanataka kunitest. Nataka roof ya convertible nitoe. Kichwa nje ndo hizi makuki zipoe. Miliona tu nisinyoe, nyimnaona tu nisioe. Tenda mbali, tafuta ganji koko na mzuka isipoe. Kolaki kan kolaki sisi wote tu tuenjoy. Gonna do much on my mind. Just enough in my account. Stress enough for the vice. Bona na try to see high. Bona na try to see high. Too much on my mind. Stress enough in my account. Just enough for the vice. Bona na try to see high.
Realist.
Grass is always greener on the other side. Every winter come up with you summertime. Yes, to all the money, baby, you decide. Playing with my family is suicide. Make a legacy and then I do it twice. Nazifanya exactly vile you feel like. But grass is always greener on the other side. Yeah. Melanin kichwa ni chini toes. Bado tujafika tuko really close. Busy nigga piga zaidi ya 50 shows. Pretty face kila kesho pretty goes. I will never ever be your slave. I will never ever go to jail. Clarity kijami na change my ways. Rasta na shiba kiwa entertain. Make a legacy and then I do it right. Nazifanya exactly vile New Zealand. Yeah.
Oh my. Let's go.
From Fadela to Sun God, no king of all kings. Been here too long, I need to see more things. I need a new
Recording stopped.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Can we please come back in so that we can start the afternoon session? We have a couple of lectures for this session, and we want to round up by 4:30 local time, because a lot of people we are 2 hours ahead so that they can have a life. We are doing so well so far with timing, so I believe we can also do that for this afternoon. The Wi-Fi code has been displayed. Can you please redisplay? In case you want to connect to the internet. We also are trending on both X and LinkedIn with hashtag AFM Nairobi 2023. You can follow the conference. Some of the conversations we've had today, you can go access it, as well as pictures. We have 5 presentations for this session. We have 3 of them online and 2 physical. We're going to start with the online team as soon as we have sizable number in the hall. Thank you. Thank you for those who are online for your patience. We will start very soon. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. We are going to start right now with our first presentation this afternoon. The current chair of the ISO Standards Committee will be speaking to us, Mr. Duncan Waddell. I don't know whether he's online. Duncan, are you there? Thank you very much for joining us. We are going to start the session, and I hand over the floor to you to present. Thank you. We cannot hear you. You can check your connection. We can see you, but we can't hear you. Yes, coming a bit, but...
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Okay. Do you wish me to commence, or are we waiting for more people to join? Hello?
Yes.
Yeah. Do you wish me to commence my presentation?
So you can go ahead and share if you have it there, or you want us to share from here.
Oh, it's okay. I will share. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, are you able to see my presentation at the moment?
We cannot see your slides if you are trying to present. As I said, we can still see you and hear you now, but we cannot see your slides.
Okay, can you see me now?
We can see you.
Okay, but you cannot see my slide presentation.
You have the permission to share, so... Okay, your screen is up now.
So you can see my presentation?
Yes, we can see it now.
Excellent. Thank you very much indeed. I appreciate it. My apologies for that. I just needed to make sure that you would be able to see my screen. I will be brief and attempt to keep it to the 15 minutes allocated so that you can endeavour to complete on time. Thank you very much indeed for enabling me to be with you today. It's an exciting time when colleagues from different parts of the world and from different countries can get together and share their views on all things facilities management, fellowship, and the future of our profession and our industry. As you can see from my slide presentation, I've put together some slides to talk about sustainable FM practice and connectivity, and obviously referring to Africa specifically. By way of introduction, my name is Duncan Waddell. I live in Melbourne, Australia, which is where I am speaking to you from at the moment, currently at 20 past 11 at night. I have the privilege and the pleasure of being the chair of ISO Technical Committee 267, Facilities Management. I also have had the honour of being the immediate past chair of Global FM and my business life is around strategic advisory and consulting through my organisation FM Intelligence here in Australia. So I just wanted to touch on a couple of brief items to bring our focus back onto facility management and why standards are so important. And standards are important whether we're in an emerging economy or in a mature economy. It's important that standards play a seamless role across the world within our profession. So standards matter in the pursuit of common language, of consistent reporting, of transparency, how we talk about capturing information and life cost cycle analysis, costing forecasts, the ability to look at performance and benchmarking, and obviously making sure that we assist people to reduce risk through improved confidence in the way they practice the world of facility management. And we're doing that in such a way that it's common across the globe, because we're seeking to deliver global transparency, comparability, and collaboration to achieve sustainable development of facility management, to achieve the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals and the solutions that emanate from that. 10 years ago, a group of people got together to start and form the Technical Committee 267. And in 2012, the first meetings, initial meetings were to start
in progress
for facility management. And as a consequence of that, we now have in excess of 355 people from 58 countries around the world who come together to apply their expertise, their knowledge, and share their experiences to enable a common way of working across the world in facility management. A very important step. And one of the first documents that was produced, the second of the two first documents produced was our management system standard. In other words, it's the platform on how facility management has been agreed to be practiced professionally around the world. And I'll touch on this a bit further in my presentation. I just want to touch on some facts and figures which are not far from being released internationally. And it always helps us to get context about how important facilities management is and what role it plays in the world. And one of the ways that facilities management has been measured as a profession is through as a comparison in percentage terms of the gross domestic product of the world, and then broken down into regions and then countries. And I see, I'm not going to read on this particular slide, but in essence, the facility management market value, that is the size of what we look after, is about 2.1 to 2.2% of gross domestic product as an average. And that excludes things like rent payments, capital expenditure on projects and upgrades. But it's the costs associated with managing, running and supporting facilities. The global FM value is currently estimated and has been derived through research with Frost and Sullivan of having a market size of, in US dollars, of 2.18 trillion US dollars, which is up significantly from the figures in 2021 of $1.7 trillion. Now, what's really important about this is so many people said to me during the time of COVID that, COVID will stifle the growth and the importance of facility management. That's not the case. Facility management became even more important during that period of 2.5 to 3 years experienced around the world. And that's evidenced by the figures that are presented today. The interesting thing is that the membership of the Technical Committee of 267 and the number of members of TC 267 sitting in the conference or speaking with the conference is fairly significant. the members of the 58 countries represented in 267 represent a total value of 88% of the world GDP. And TC 267 members represent 68% of the world population. And the FM workforce is estimated globally to be 88.7 million people across those 58 member countries. And facility managers across the world, that is, the FM workforce is the total number of people working in FM, but facility managers specifically working across the world equates to 8.9 million people. So a significant number of people representing and responsible for a significant expenditure for the benefit and the value of all people associated and using the built environment. Now, another couple of things in looking at measurement is this particular slide, which is an attempt to try and give some definition to the size and the value and the importance of the facility management marketplace. And what I'd like to do is draw your attention to the figures collated here for Africa. So we're talking about a total FM spend in the order of $23.7 billion US dollars, of which $7.9 billion is outsourced. And it's broken down further with integrated facility management being $1 billion, other outsourced being just under $7 billion, and in-house is a significant number. So the in-house practice of facility management within Africa is $15.8 billion. This is according to research that has been undertaken by Global FM and available to the Global FM members in the next month. But I'll crack some figures there, reinforced by the slides that I showed just a moment ago. So very quickly, and wanting to move on here, I wanted to just quickly show you how we work together as a TC 267, that is the people developing standards for facility management. We have a structure in such a way that we have two advisory groups, AG1 and AG2. We have a strategy group and we have a communications group attempting to make the world aware of our 41,000 series of standards. When we have our working groups, and our working groups are responsible for where the expertise of our 355 plus experts is brought to bear. And these, the ones highlighted in blue are our active working groups. And I might just point out a couple which are very, very important that I know that the members of TC 267 will be aware of. WG9 here is very important. This is a new working group which has been established to review the original management system standard 41001. We are encouraging people from around the world to, through their national standards bodies, to become part of WG9 within our technical committee. And the purpose behind that is to make sure that our management system standard is relevant, has context for today and for the next few years to come. So it's important we have your engagement and involvement. You are the future of FM sitting in the room, and what we want to make sure is that your views are reflected within WG9. But it's just as important to have your views reflected through the other working groups. And I encourage you to explore with your national standards bodies how you might participate in the work at the TC 267 meetings. I just wanted to further highlight that we have a specific area that's about to be published by the end of this year on sustainability, resilience and adaptability, which is through Working Group 1, and there is a technical report that is due to be released late in December, and that will be available to the wider world. And sorry, I'll just pop back there. And I think it's important to note that TC 267 is very actively involved in ensuring that the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals are embraced within each of the standards that we are working on within our working groups. If you'd like to know more about this, please don't hesitate to get in touch with me as the chair, or through your national standards bodies, and we'll attempt to answer your questions. This is probably, I'm not going to read all of these, but these are the standards on the right-hand side under the green column. We have our published standards, starting with our management system standard at the top here. We have a vocabulary document which is just being revised and should be released in January of next year. We have a guidance on strategic sourcing and the development of agreements. That also is in the process of being reviewed, and we encourage your input and engagement in that particular working group number 4. And you see the other standards that we have here, the development of FM strategy. We have another standard that should be released, I hope, by about the end of the year, that has been published rather, influencing organisational behaviours for improved facility outcomes and user experience, including that of everything we're talking about in the way of sustainability. And we also have another standard which has recently produced, development of FM policy. Under development, we have these items here. And I think it's pretty important that we see that our technical committee has been incredibly busy, even during the last 3 or 4 years, whilst COVID has been across the world. And we have been working very hard on a series of new standards that are not far from being released. There's one here on the guidance of emergency preparedness and management of an epidemic. And epidemics are, yes, as severe as what COVID has been, but it also might come back to disease such as flu and other diseases and epidemics that may spread through a country or a city. And this particular document, 41,017, helps facility managers understand the best way to approach those particular problems. We have a technical report due out on digital data and technology by the end of the year. And we also have other reports being prepared at the moment on performance management in facility management organisations. So there's a brief summary of a few of the documents that we're working on and the standards and technical reports that TC267 is actively preparing. What's important about these documents is that they act as the fundamental platform for all practicing professionals in facility management to achieve better outcomes and accelerate the ability to deliver better FM across all nations. But in this case, we're talking to our colleagues across Africa through this particular event. So sustainability, resilience and adaptability I mentioned a moment ago, and this particular technical report will be released by the end of the year. So this starts to talk about the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. It talks about how they impact on demand organisations, that is, those people who are charged with the responsibility of the built environment. But it also talks about the environmental, social governance, and the funding necessary to support these. You can see here we need policies, we need strategies, and we need operational support. And ultimately, these things lead to efficiency and productivity, livability and affordability, and resilience and adaptability. And all of these elements are elements that make up the sustainable future of facility management. And it doesn't matter whether it's in places that we work, in places that we live, or in places that we take recreation, we use for community support like health and education, or even down to fundamental things like airports and train stations and logistics and all those sorts of elements as well. So FM touches everything. Incredibly important to be mindful of it. The Sustainable Development Goals, which I'm sure you're all aware of, we have an impact across 14 of these Sustainable Development Goals. By embracing the Facility Management 41,000 series of standards, you are actually aligning yourselves with 13 of the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. It's a great way to recognise that if you're practicing the standards through the 41,000 series, the ones that I was referring to before, you're actually embracing the Sustainable Development Goals of the United Nations. I encourage you to have a look at them and understand more about them. Or, if you need, I'm more than happy to be in touch and to discuss how we can support you in the rollout of that sort of practice. So before facility management was really only focused on operational FM. But now we're talking about an integrated FM. It's how do we better bring all these practices that I've talked about before in a resilient, sustainable and societal manner. And what we're end up with is a sustainable FM practice. And the standards that ISO TC 267 is developing will provide exactly that, a sustainable FM future. And that will enable people to develop their economies, their societies, and their general living environments much quicker and much more successfully. Now,
Duncan, you have 2 minutes more.
Thank you. So, as we move towards sustainable FM, we need to be thinking about the longer term. We need to be thinking about the short-term goals, the stewardship of our ecosystem, which we all take responsibility for, the commitment to the Sustainable Development Goals through government, corporate leadership and investment in transformative structural change on the way we do things, redefinition of success and recognition, most importantly, of the quality of life. I encourage you all to consider how facility management can support you in this endeavour, and I encourage you all to think about how indeed FM can accelerate the success of what you're trying to achieve across Africa. Thank you very much indeed for your time this afternoon. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much, Duncan, for your time and for your insight on the work of TC 267 committee developing standards for facility managers across the world. We're going to take the next presentation immediately, and then we'll have question and answer after. Please stay on the line, on the call, so that we can pass the next set of questions to you. We're going to take on Sarah all the way from Cairo. She is the head of sustainability at the American University of Cairo. She'll be speaking to us on facility management and sustainability. So over to you. We can see you, we can hear you.
Hello. Hi, everyone. Hi, Dr. Emko.
Good. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you so much. Is my screen shown?
Not yet. But you have the permission to share your screen.
Okay. So I want to share this one. Okay.
It's coming up.
Is it?
It's up now. We can see your screen.
Yes, it's shared, right?
Yes.
Okay. So thank you for this opportunity. I am excited to present about the strategic facilities management, mainly FM with a strategic approach. I'm Sahar Al-Ghandour. I'm the sustainability manager at the American University in Cairo, and I'm holding my master's in public administration and public policy. And I'm a sustainability facility professional and facility management professional from IFMA. Welcome to my presentation. We shall explore through this presentation the strategic facilities management as an essential discipline in order to learn more about the essence of strategic facility management and how it relates to the overall organizational goals. So starting with the first slide, which will take us to the definition of facilities management. Of course, we all have defined the strategic facilities management itself in different ways before we go to the strategic one. So the definitions used here are mainly derived from the Royal Institution of Chartered Surveyors in 2013, followed up by an integrated definition that has been developed by the ISO in its vocab standard, which is 41011 in 2017. So starting by Rick's definition, facility management is the effective management of place and space, integrating organizations' support infrastructure to deliver services to both staff and customers at the best value while enhancing organizational performance. So going into the more integrative description and definition of facility management developed by the ISO, so we will see that FM is the organizational function which integrates people, place, and process within the built environment, but with the purpose of improving quality of life for both people and the place, and to increase the productivity of the core business. So this definition brings us to a more wide concept that has some relevant wordings, which we will tackle in our strategic facility management perspective. So going into the facility management with a strategic approach essence, I would like to say that facilities management sector is much populated with a wide range of disciplines and professionals from different backgrounds, such as most of them are coming from experience of construction or maintenance or operations or servicing, hospitality, or even management and administration of buildings. Besides that, facility managers themselves with these different professions interact daily with a wide range of stakeholders, whether inside or outside their organizations, in different and multiple layers of the work cycle. So as shown in the figure taken from Raising the Bar report in 2012, which is a report that has been developed by both the Royal Institution for Commission for Chartered Surveyors and IFMA, we have developed this Raise the Bar report in 2012, and here shows an example of the complex relationship of the facility manager in large organizations. And as we can see that the relationship comes in both ways, vertical relationships and horizontal relationship, which makes it so complex. So sometimes the facility manager has to deal with the real estate projects, with the IT, with the HR sourcing, with the workplace strategy as overall, with the FM operations itself, with the IT operations, with the supply chain, outsourced service, and so on. So for this complex relationship and for the essence of the FM to be boosting the operations efficiency of the organization, it's needed most to highlight the topics that draw the attention of all facility management community altogether, regardless of their different backgrounds and their different knowledge, to widen the scope of benefiting from a more holistic approach to many issues affecting the whole sector. In particular, here comes the role of strategic approach to facility management. When managing facilities with a strategic approach gives us a considerable benefit to the sector in helping facilities managers to pick the most appropriate tactic in achieving their goals that at the same time assures the alignment with the larger organizational goals and not just the FM goals. So after going through all these definitions and all these insights, we can now see facilities management with a redefined mission. So as envisioned in the Raising the Bar report that has been developed in 2017, a collaboration between the Royal Institution for Commissioned Surveyors and IFMA, they proposed that FM industry shall define explicit strategies and organizational structure options and skill requirements that all together shall enable the profession to raise the bar and take the lead and towards a more influential role, not just in designing and managing just the physical workplace, but in designing and managing the work itself. So after having this vision from this report, this statement explicitly suggests that FM industry as a sector and FM as a profession should both become more proactive rather than being just reactive. And this directs us to the importance of the strategic facility management approach. So here comes the question: what is the strategic facilities management approach? Some of the definitions that will take us to the essence of the strategic facility management are: strategic facility management is the proactive integration of people, space, operations, maintenance, technology, and all the resources we have to optimize our organizational overall performance, to improve the workflow, and to support the business objectives. Here comes another definition which states that strategic FM is the practice of aligning facility management objectives directly with the organizational overall goals. Why to do that? In order to optimize performance and to maximize the efficiency. So there is a third definition that I prefer myself, which shed the light on the importance of the strategic facility management and how it interrelates with the facility planning. So strategic facility management in this definition includes both facility management and facility planning, working together in harmony with a set of clear objectives in mind, focusing on long-term outcomes. So as this definition clarifies that when it comes to the strategic facility management, it is critical and it is important if you want to give your facility a competitive edge in the term that it is a hybrid model between facility management and facility planning, focusing on a long-term objective, having long-term in mind. So when focusing on long-term objective, we can see that what we do to our facilities today shall pay later. This later, maybe next quarter, maybe next year, maybe next decade, but it will definitely pay later. So applying strategy to facility management will give a purpose to the workplace, will give a motive to the workforce, and will make a focal point to a broader organizational objective and goals. So like any other strategy, including facilities management strategic approach, strategies need a clear motive. So, the next slide will take us to a diagram that can illustrate the relationship between the strategic level in the organization with the other levels. So when we're talking about strategic level in the facilities management strategic approach, we can see that it can develop, fund and execute proactive initiatives or projects in order to meet operational and financial objectives. Then when we come to the operational level, it states that it needs to meet customers' expectations and by addressing tactical day-to-day needs across the organization. And then comes the essence of the operational level, which is the technical level, which needs to have deploying experts in order to operate effectively and efficiently. So we deploy the right experts at the right place and at the right time in order to support both operational and above strategic objectives. And then comes the analytical level, which is collecting the data and analyzing it in order to have informed strategic, operational, and technical decisions. So decisions will based on data, will be data-driven decisions. So they will optimize the performance and the efficiency at the end. And when it comes to the essence of all these levels, here comes the role of the organizational level, which is the glue that holds all other levels together and organizes the harmony among them by equipping each component of the other levels in this framework with the right set of skills in order to ensure the effectiveness of the operation and the continuity of it in terms of its alignment to the organizational, holistic organizational goal. Let's now go to the importance of strategic facilities management after going through all the definitions. So strategic facility management has a strategy in its essence and in its core, and strategy is known as key to success. And why it's called that? Because it is defined as a concentrated effort toward a defined measurable goal. So if our goal is to leverage facilities into business success, strategic facility management shall be the key. So strategic facility management in that sense is an effective approach that plays a crucial role in enhancing business operations efficiency through the following practices. It shall optimize resource allocation, reduce operating expenses, and identify cost-saving opportunities. Ensure compliance with the organizational goals and its holistic vision. It shall prioritize the well-being of employees and customers, so people is the essence of this concept, through effective safety protocols and security measures. And it improves productivity by creating a supportive workplace that boosts employees' productivity and engagement as well. So, so in a nutshell, we shall say that strategic facility management ensures the final outcomes of the organization to be aligned with the organizational overall goals through efficient and effective operations. In order to apply strategic facilities management, we shall have some principles that act as an umbrella or for the strategic facility management to be effective in place. So these key principles shall start by planning and forecasting. So in alignment with the organizational holistic goals, strategic facilities management shall involve proactive planning and forecasting in order to anticipate future needs. This will help us to allocate resources effectively and adapt to changing business requirements. So, based upon planning and forecasting, we shall come to efficiency and cost optimization principle. That will drive cost optimization as a fundamental principle of strategic facilities management, focusing on achieving cost effectiveness, but without compromising quality or functionality. So, going into the third key principle, which is occupant-centric focus. Strategic FM prioritize employees and occupants' well-being, comfort, safety, in order to guarantee productivity of employees and satisfaction of customers as well. So an occupant-centric approach or focus in the strategic FM involves also designing spaces that are ergonomic, aesthetically pleasing, safe, and conducive to productivity. And this will take us to the other two key principles, which will regulate the environment of the work through compliance and risk mitigation. And so compliance with regulations and standards is essential to avoid legal and operational issues at the facility management. Thus, identifying, assessing, and mitigating risks associated with FM operations is a critical aspect of strategic facilities management in order to ensure business continuity and safeguard assets. This is no spare of the EHS considerations. So, incorporating sustainable environmental health and safety practices and considerations, such as promoting energy efficiency to reduce our carbon footprint at the facility, apply occupational health and safety measures to ensure health and safety of employees and customers is an essence and one of the key principles of the strategic FM. Then finally, we shall tackle the technology integration into FM. This will lead to data-driven decision-making because technology will lead us to data analysis, and thus our decisions will be based on data-driven. So this will enhance the efficiency and effectiveness of the FM operations. So technologies such as sensors, building automation systems, data analytics tools is an integral part to the modern FM. After going through these key principles of strategic facility management, here comes the application part, how to implement strategic facilities management. We want to make sure that strategic facilities management is in alignment with the goals of the organization. It also has, we have to ensure that it has collaboration and innovation among all stakeholders, and we have technology and data analytics tools in place in order to have data-driven decisions. This will lead us to the next step, which is to measure our performance through certain KPIs, certain metrics, in order to have continuous feedback, and this will lead us to the continuous improvement of our operations and thus feedback, and this will feed into the alignment with the organizational goals, and the cycle will go forward and backward and so on.
Thank you. You have 2 minutes more.
Thank you. Okay, we are in the conclusion. So if we want to revise a recap of what we have just said, we will see that FM with a strategic approach will lead us to a redefined mission of FM with the essence of strategic FM. This will lead us to strategic FM level within the organization and how they interact, and this will shall reinforce our understanding of the core concepts of strategic facility management as a main takeaway. By highlighting the significance of strategic FM in supporting the overall organizational goals, adopting and applying key principles of strategic FM, we shall ensure an improved operational efficiency that's driving the facility towards a sustainable growth. Finally, I want to say that, as I said before, if you want to give your facility a competitive edge, so strategic FM is crucial and critical. So thank you so much, and hope that I have added value to this topic.
Thank you very much. Please round of applause for her. It's not a topic to be delivered in 15 minutes, but she's tried to give you some concept and around the conversation on strategic facility management. We mentioned at the beginning it's a critical component for facility managers to connect whatever they are doing with their organization strategy. Thank you very much for your lecture. Please stay on. We'll take one more presentation. We'll take question and answer. Steve, are you ready? Thank you. We're going to take Steve's presentation, then we'll take question and answer for the 3 presentations. Thank you. Oh, sorry. Steve, I have to sit you down a bit. We have been trying to look for Stan, now we have found him. Please come and sit down. Thank you very much, Stan, for joining us. Stan is the former chair of TC 267 and one of the, the brains behind, anything facility management today globally. Stan, we are happy to have you join our conference again. Last year you were at the Cairo conference. Thank you very much, and the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you very much. For those that are looking for me on the chat, I am the second Duncan Waddell because I never received my URL to join the conference. So Duncan very kindly sent me his. So you can mistake me for the second Duncan Waddell. Let me share my screen if I can. And if you can tell me if you can see that.
Yes, we can.
Okay. And thank you, Sahar, for your presentation. Very interesting. Thank you very much. I totally agree with Sahar's message that facilities management is a strategic professional discipline. But I'm bringing it back down to basics a little bit here because that's what I was asked to do. So accelerating FM through Africa towards sustainability. My question and the basis of this presentation is why bother? So let me just walk our good selves at the moment. I'm the CEO of Key Facilities Management, which is the longest established FM company in the UK. But this point I think that I'm bringing up now is kind of relevant. My first job was in farming, and I still say it's the best job I ever had. My second job was in engineering, so I spent most of my career as an engineer. And actually, looking back, if you put those two jobs together, I made the ideal facilities manager. And you might not connect that, but the message there is one that people from all backgrounds, all disciplines can potentially make good facilities managers because they bring different skills and competencies when they step into this sector of ours. From a personal point of view, I've been involved in various leadership roles across the FM professional organizations, and I've been supportive of helping other countries in terms of creating professional associations. So I'm very pleased to speak at Africa FM because the outreach is the whole of Africa potentially. So I welcome the opportunity to come and share my thoughts with you. Lots of different people, if you ask everybody in the conference room right now what is facilities management, you'll get different answers from most people. And sometimes I find it's easier to explain what it's not. And the first thing I would say it's not facilities services. And a lot of organizations in the market all over the world call themselves facilities management companies, but in fact they are facilities services companies. And I would comment that true facilities management needs facilities services as much as facilities services organizations need facilities management. And I'll explain a little bit more about that in a moment. The second thing that it's not property management. Property managers, surveyors, etc. are professionals, and their discipline is focused around property. It's about rentals, it's about lease agreements, etc. Now, I qualify both of those comments that there's nothing that stops people within these sectors becoming facilities managers. I'm purely highlighting that it's a different discipline, as Sahar has tried to explain in her presentation. So I totally agree. It's a strategic and tactical management discipline. That is for me, the definition of facilities management. And referring back to some of what Duncan was talking about earlier, and also Sahar, that is the official international definition that almost every professional body has adopted. And you may look at that definition, and there's two comments that I would make about it. One, by nature, it's fairly generic. Anything that's mentioned twice. And I think that's very appropriate, and that's people. Because I believe that facility definition of what facilities managers do on the ground in their organizations, but it can develop arms and legs, if you like, depending on what the demand organization wants from FM. So none of us have the expertise across of all of those activities that are listed there. And that's an important message to people within FM. It's almost one of the best, most important skills, I believe, of a practitioner facilities manager, is to understand what you're not instead of what you think you are, because none of us have the expertise to cover that range of activities and tasks. Business finance is important within FM, and what I mean by that is the finance of the organizations that we serve is something that we need to take cognizance of when we are doing our job within FM. So we never get a blank within our client organizations. And that's our problem. We need to make sure that we help those. As most of us will know, most of the attention goes in the design and construction, but where facilities management ultimately is responsible for 80% of that whole life cost, it does make some sense that FM is sitting there at the table from day one to try and influence design and construction so that you can create something that's maintainable and that's going to be cost effective and that's going to be flexible. And then, of course, end of life, you've got a cost that you need to take into consideration to demolish it and start again. And it was an excellent question that, what I did was I tried to create a picture, as they say, a picture says 1,000 words, to try and illustrate and help people understand and the strategies, etc. And as you come down to the tactics where we're delivering the services that our demand organizations have asked of us, and the vertical lines here is simply recognizing this is where all we need within FM sit at the operational level. That's our cleaners, our security guards, our maintenance, procurement of services, etc. And then when you get to the operational level, the people involved here who paint a picture about what FM is, but importantly, how what we do in FM, if we do it properly, has the impact and the value add that we can deliver to the demand organizations and the clients that we serve.
Thank you, Stan. We have 2 minutes.
That's okay. I'm on track. This is just some information. I kind of like that one. 80% of buildings in 2050 exist today. So our focus should be on the real estate that we're dealing with today. Too much of our focus tends to get diverted into the stuff that's new and new earlier. So the future of Africa is in the hands of you good people that are sitting in the room right now. And
have any question from the audience? The time is down. So that we can dismiss them. Thank them very much for your time this afternoon. We appreciate your contribution to our conference.
So good for insourced organizations in South Africa. A lot of universities in South Africa have insourced in the last 3 years. And I think we will show you how close you are in any of your insourced organizations to getting that FM standards like ISO 41001 or in South Africa we have the SABS 1752 Witwatersrand at the moment. Before our market, it's about 1.6% of our GDP, similar to the figures you've seen. And there's about 113 to 118,000 practitioners in South Africa. The standards, most of the facilities companies are looking at your ISO 9001, which is your quality management. But in terms of the government, they've also published various standards or regulations on infrastructure procurement and delivery. It's very good on the FM side. And then you see the SANS 1752, which is where you're at a strategic level, it's integrated, you discuss with the senior people in properties and in your facilities. And then you get the B, the pro action.